Good morning. We're back again for day 4. This is our Thursday lineup of exciting guests. Our first guest today, we've met a long time ago. She's with the Floriani Stabilizer Company. We have been offering their stabilizers forever. I think it's been forever. No, it's been a long time. We made it our focus, like when we found the quality of their stabilizer compared to what else was on the market at the time. um, we just jumped in, and this is like our favorite brand. It's our go-to brand. The Floriani stabilizer comes in these huge rolls, all the way down to smaller rolls, like your normal size rolls. Um, so we're excited to give away a very nice Floriani prize. We're going to just ask you to comment whether you've tried Floriani stabilizer before, or if you have, if you've ever been to one of our events. We've had our first guest, Kathy Quinn, live in person quite a few times. Jer, if you don't mind channeling to camera 1, this is our prize for today. It's actually called the Fabulous 5. It is a grouping of stabilizer that Kathy will be discussing here real shortly. And we will pick a winner here at the end of our session with Kathy. And if you don't mind to share this live event, because we'll offer more prizes. The more people that are viewing, we will offer more prizes. So get your friends involved, all your crafting friends that love embroidery. Just remind them that we're live. All of our live events will be available to be replayed. So know that if you do miss something that we're doing, that it is available to replay at any time on YouTube or on Facebook. If you don't mind to also, if you're on YouTube, to subscribe to our channel, because we do plan on doing a lot more videos. And if you do subscribe and hit the little bell, turn that little bell blue, then we will notify you every time a new video comes out. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Kathy Quinn from the Floriani Company. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Darren. It's so exciting to be here with you. I am great. And he has known me a long time, since I was 5. So it's been about 15 years.
Oh, yeah. I love your thread wall.
Thank you.
That is amazing background. That is so cool.
My husband made that. I love it. I love it. So good to be here with you guys.
The last time we had you here live, we were with you and Martha Pullen.
Yes, me and Miss Martha.
That was a fun event.
Yes, she's awesome.
I'm going to gracefully bow out and just you take it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren. Well, welcome, Mulqueens. I am so excited to be here, to be live with you on Facebook. I am not very adept in these social medias, so it's real exciting when I get to do one. I am here today to talk to you about that free gift, that free giveaway they're doing, and that is our Fabulous 5. So I'm going to talk very basic, because that's what I'm called to do today. So we want to talk about our Fabulous 5, and we're going to start out this morning with Heat and Stay. Now, Heat and Stay is a medium weight tearaway. All of our medium weight tearaways, Heat and Stay, Perfect Stick, and Tearaway Medium, those are in our basic kit, because we all have our pantry with our basic flour, sugar, that type thing. So let me tell you about our tearaways. This will apply to any of our tearaways. Our tearaways are different than everybody else's. Why? Because we are not made with paper. That is our first huge difference. Now, I don't know about tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year, but today I meant we are made in a Delta wet laid process. We are not paper-based. We are fiber-based, and that's the big difference. Walter Floriani taught us we do not put fabric behind paper behind fabric. We want to put fabric behind fabric. So we need a stabilizer that is fabric, not paper. So we take a silicone vat, and we use silicone because we want to facilitate that needle. So all of our stabilizers contain that silicone. We want beautiful needle glide. We don't want to tear through. We want to pierce. Then in the case of our tearaways, we take lots of little tiny short fiber. We fill that vat full of fiber. We comb it in all directions and press it. And what's the difference in combing it in all directions? You know as well as I do, when you buy another brand of stabilizer, they're called woven. They comb it in two directions. So as long as you tear warp and weft, you have no problem. But what about when you're tearing down into curves and nooks and crannies? You've got to get out that thumbnail tool to hold on to those stitches for dear life. So we made ours little tiny short fibers so they'll tear clean in any direction. That is huge. The reason we press it is because we want to make sure that it's the same thickness throughout the entire piece. That is a big deal, because I can tell you unequivocally that all of my medium tearaways support 10,000 stitches in a 4x4 or 15,000 stitches in a 5x7. So if you look inside, let me shake it good. Every roll, there is an information sheet that gives you that information. We also have a nice QR code that if you want to know about a specific stabilizer, take a picture with your phone and it'll take you there and give you a little video info on how to use the stabilizer. Now, our tearaways that we're going to talk about today, tearaways are used on stable fabric. Cotton, linen, denim, silk, taffeta, homespun, flannel, anything woven that does not stretch, we can use a tearaway on. Now we're going to start out looking at cotton. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to take my heat and stay and I am going to iron it onto the back of my woven fabric. Now when we iron, we always use a press cloth. This is important. Now, this press cloth is not in your kit, but I would be remiss if I didn't tell you to use one. Now, this press cloth is different because we put Walter's name on the label. So there's Walter's name, but it's just a good cotton press cloth. We will put that over our stabilizer. That way the heat will go through that weave nice and even, as well as steam. So that way we will adhere our stabilizer to our cotton fabric. Why is that important? Because we want to hoop with one single tension. You do not want to hoop with multiple tensions. And if you have two items, a stabilizer and a fabric, when you hoop it, you've just hooped with two tensions by virtue of position. The bottom is going to be more taut than the top. So you start pulling on it, and that creates a further disparity. Thus, when that needle goes in and pulls, we get puckers. So we have fused it on for one tension. And you know what, Kathy? I'm so glad you asked that, because in a moment, I am going to show a terry cloth bib. Kathy Gerber wants to know, what type of stabilizer do I use for terry cloth bibs? And we will get there. So now I'm going to hoop this, stitch out my design, and I want to tell you, she is 7,359 stitches in a 4x4 field. Now we are used to this specific design. Susie Zoo was really tough to stitch out. They would pucker like mad and their outlines would not fit perfect. Is that not a gorgeous design? And remember, I told you we tear clean in any direction down into every nook and cranny. Now, let's suppose for just a moment, let's pretend that she was more than 10,000 stitches in a 4x4 field. Because if the limits of this stabilizer are 10,000 stitches in a 4x4, if she was 12,000, that's going to tell me I'm 2,000 short of perfection. So what do I need to do with that? Well, what I'm going to need to do is I am going to need to add tearaway medium. This is our floater. This goes underneath the hoop, under the hoop, to supplement that hooping. I turned on another light. I realized I was missing a light. There we go. So I'm going to put that on under the hoop. So that would give me 20,000 stitches worth of stabilizer. So anytime we need to supplement stitch count, we add our tearaway medium because it's the least expensive I make. Heat and Stay has a fuse on it. So it's that fusible stabilizer. Medium tearaway is exactly the same product without the fuse. So it's less expensive to supplement with your tearaway medium. Now we're going to come to my absolute favorite stabilizer we ever made. To date, this is my baby. This is Perfect Stick. Now let's talk about the subtle differences in Perfect Stick to Heat and Stay. Perfect Stick is a wash away. It's a water soluble tear away. Now don't let those words water soluble put stars in your eyes. It's also a tear away. It's a 50% blend of tear away and wash away. The reason this was created specifically for towels, terry bibs, hard to hoop items, items that should never be hooped. We never hoop a towel. We never hoop a terry bib. We don't hoop velour. We don't hoop faux fur, minky, fleece. All of those, if you hoop those, you're in danger of damaging or leaving a ring, or in the case of towels and thicker items, popping that hoop. Because nobody goes to the store and says, oh, by the way, do you have a bald towel on sale? I need bald ones because I have to hoop them and I don't want them to fly out of the hoop. So we were tasked with making a stabilizer that we could use that was sticky, but it had to be more, because when we do towels, bibs, a lot of these items, we want to use lettering, single stitching, satin stitching. And you know as well as I do, when you go to pull away, let's say we've done a recipe towel and it's got a recipe on the back on it. It's got small lettering, so we'll have a lot of small lettering. Or here's a little towel. Here's another example right here. Here's a little towel with lots of tiny lettering on it. Okay, with this lettering, if I use my Heat and Stay, when I go to tear away, I'm going to have to be careful. Even though it tears in all directions, I've got little tiny letters and I have all those little places in those O's, E's. So what are you doing? You're sitting there with a pair of tweezers watching TV trying to gouge that stuff out. And you know as well as I do, we do that. So with this, what I'm going to do, I've got that wash away, tear away portion. So that is why we created one that would have tear away to stay underneath, fiber to stay underneath your stitches, but we wanted the water soluble so we could make it go around from around your stitches. So what we do is we are going to hoop this, and I'm going to hoop it. It has a shiny protective paper. Now, the next thing I needed to do is I needed an adhesive that would hold and let go. So there's your little trick. So we also created an adhesive. Now, you notice there's a shiny paper on top. I have scored that paper and pulled it away. So I have created a nice sticky stabilizer that's in my hoop. So now that I have created that in my hoop, I also added silicone and a water soluble to the adhesive as well. So now when I'm going to do a towel, and in this case, I'll go ahead and first show my terry bib. Here is a terry bib. Now we cannot hoop this. The first thing is if you hoop, the rules are your stabilizer and your item, your fabric, needs to be an inch larger than your frame. Well, if I hoop this, so it would be an inch larger, I could have a very small design in the middle. So by using my my Perfect Stick, I can now stick this bib down. It's stuck down in the hoop. And you know what else? Is I always use, now again, this is not in your the Fabulous 5, but it's something that always bears mentioning. I use our template tearaway. Now there are 25 sheets of template tearaway in a package. It prints on one side, it has a protective paper, and it has a repositionable adhesive. Because when we are, especially these bibs are like snowflakes. No two are alike. So by having my design pre-printed on template tearaway, I can audition where does it look good. My curves are never the same at the bottom. They don't match the curve at the top because this binding, of course, is put on by people. So by auditioning, now my second thing is when I use a template and I stick this to the hoop, I can make sure I don't get that hateful message that says, design is out of the hooping area. Please re-hoop. That makes me want to pepper spray somebody. So by using a template, I can see that this is in the hoop within the stitching area. And if you don't have a machine with superpowers, you have maybe an entry-level machine, you can also use these X and Y lines to line it up with the marks on your hoop so you have an absolute perfect straight hooping. So very important, our Floriani Perfect Stick. Now, when I need to get this off the back, I want to remove this. Before I pull this away, I'm going to move my template, put it back on its backing paper because this will stick over and over and over. So I stick it back to its backing paper so I can use that template again. Before I pull this out of the hoop, with Perfect Stick, you're going to take a damp sponge. Now, I mean, I'm going to squeeze this baby till you can't get another drop out of her. Once this sponge is damp, I didn't say wet, soggy, or drippy. I said damp. I am going to dampen just the stabilizer. Now, I want it damp, so that doesn't mean you can sprinkle some water and do this little number. That is going to wet your stabilizer. You're going to have a soggy mess. You want to dampen it. Have I made that point over and over? Wait 10 to 15 seconds. What's going to happen is that water-soluble portion is going to break down. Once that has broken down, now I can tear this away, and you notice it's coming off without pulling the loops on the back. It's going to come away and tear nice around everything. Now, if I have this little tiny small lettering like this cup towel or that little towel I showed you a moment ago, you're going to notice that there may be some pieces left in that lettering, but I don't care because the first time it's washed, I will have torn everything away from around the lettering. I will have torn it all away. The first time I wash it, everything that is around the lettering is going to fluff off. Everything underneath that needs to stay there to keep this stable will stay there to keep that nice and stable. I want you to look at this cup towel too. I did this cup towel. This cup towel is about 13 years old. In fact, if you've been to my events at Mulqueen's, you too have fondled this towel. I want you to look at how awesome it still looks after hundreds of washings, after coffee, chocolate, ballpoint pen, you name it. This has had it on it. It has been washed over and over and over. And look at how beautiful it still looks. Why? Because I used Perfect Stick. What needed to stay under the lettering stayed. What needed to go away from around it is gone. This is magic, magic stuff. So I want to talk to you next about topping. We're going to talk about topping real quick because we do top every single thing we stitch. It's very, very important. And the topping we are going to discuss is Heat and Gone. Now we have 3 toppings: water soluble, we have Heat and Gone, which is in our Fabulous 5 kit, and we have our Color Keep topping. Very important toppings. Whenever we stitch anything, now let's go back to our little bib. When I stitch my bib, I need a topping to hold the plush down. See, Heat and Gone can be used on anything. Water soluble can't be used on towels, fleece, corduroy, velvet, minky, faux fur, because when it's washed, it goes away. So let's take a gander here. Here is, let me use this one. I'm going to use this towel. Here is a bear on a towel that I used water soluble topping on. Now it looked beautiful coming off that hoop. But the first time it was washed, do you see what happened to my bear? Not only is he pink, he's hairy. That towel, the loops start coming up like grass in the driveway. That's what happens when you're using a fluffy with a water soluble. So while water soluble works on anything flat without a nap, anytime you have a nap or you have something that you don't want any moisture next to, you're going to use Heat and Gone, and that's in your little kit. Now, what happened on this towel is the next time I did it, I used Heat and Gone. So there's my Heat and Gone. Now let's look at these two side by side. Here is my water soluble rose. Here is my Heat and Gone rose. Now Heat and Gone is clear. It has a rough surface on the back that you put over your towel, your fleece, your corduroy, your minky, your faux fur. You stitch it, you tear it away, and then you take an iron, and we'll pretend this is our iron. You're going to turn the steam off of that iron, dry iron, and you're going to put it at silk setting, which is 300 degrees. That is written on the label. That is written on your education sheet, and you will press it, press it, press it. Do not iron it. Press it, press it, press it. What's going to happen is everywhere the hot sole of that iron can touch this product, Heat and Gone, it's polypropylene, exactly, it's going to dissipate. But underneath the stitches, you will see that it stays forever. So that is the difference between wet and water soluble and Heat and Gone when you have a fluff, a nap under your towel. Very important to know. Now let's move on because our time gets so short. I need hours for this stuff. They need to make me for the whole day. Okay, our next product that's in there is you're going to see our Floriani Power Mesh. Now this is our no-show mesh fusible. Now this, you notice, has a red label. So far, I showed you lots of green labels. Tear away, cut away. Now, cutaway used to be like a dirty word because cutaways were heavy, thick, and they were stiff. It was like putting horsehair next to your hide. It was awful. But at Floriani, we came out with a nylon. Now, what makes us different? We are not polyester. We're not a poly mesh. Poly mesh shrinks when you wash it. It stretches when you iron it. In fact, if you use one of the polyester meshes on the market, you'll notice the first instruction is pre-wash your stabilizer. Let's go, guys. Let's. If you've got a pre-wash stabilizer, you're already dead in the water. This is supposed to be stable, not shrinking. So now, what's the other magic? It's a fusible cutaway. Again, there's magic words, fusible. We are going to iron this onto the back. Now, what do we use cutaways for? We use them for t-shirts, sweatshirts, sweater knit, cotton knits, lycra, spandex, onesies. So here you go. Here's a onesie. Now, what I have to do is I have to iron my mesh on. And again, it's a nylon mesh. It's an embossed mesh. It's awesome. It's soft. It's pliable. I'm going to iron that on the back of my onesie. I want you to notice this does not stretch, but look at how my onesie stretches. It stretches like a maniac, but not where that mesh is. It can't stretch. So when I'm going to stitch on a stretchy item, I am going to iron, fuse my no-show mesh to the back. Whether it's a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, here's a cute little t-shirt, same thing. What? Notice the sweatshirt stretches or the shirt, poo never moves. Why? Because there is no-show mesh. There's a cutaway behind there that has stopped the stretch of my knit. Now, the rule is, if it stretches, you got to use a cutaway. Well, how many of y'all have ever tried to deal with a onesie? You know, I have sold women $20,000 worth of embroidery equipment because their daughter is 6 weeks pregnant with their first grandchild and they want to do a onesie. So I've sold them a machine, I've sold them software, I've sold them all kinds of goodies. Why? Because they want to do a onesie. Onesies are the nightmare of our existence. Well, I'm going to tell you, I am going to take this onesie, turn it wrong side out, and I'm going to iron my no-show mesh on. Now, normally, what did I tell you? An inch larger than your frame. But I'm not going to hoop this onesie because that's a nightmare. I am going to just iron it on about an inch larger than my design. Now, this fuse is temporary. Just like on our tearaway, it's a temporary fuse to use while we're stitching. So I'm going to iron this on, and you notice that area cannot stretch. So then, baby, I'm going to hoop, yes, my favorite Floriani Perfect Stick. I'm going to hoop that nice and sticky. And I'm going to teach you a trick, and this is like worth $1 million. Now I'm going to do the pan the camera. I'm going to kind of close my laptop so you can see this hoop. Now, you will notice I put this on the back. I'm going to turn this onesie back where I'm right side out. I am going to fold the shoulders back, and I am going to pull the back down below that front, and I'm going to stick this down. Oh, baby. How easy was that to hoop a onesie? I stuck it down. The back is not any longer behind the front. I stretched it out of the way because I don't care how much I stretch the rest of the onesie. This area won't stretch. So I can stretch the fire. I don't care if this is a newborn or 24 months. It's a piece of cake. Stick it down. Put your topper on. That's where we're going to put our heat and gun on the top. Stitch out my design, tear away what I can, press it, press it, press it. And of course, it pulls away from our no-show mesh. So you cannot beat that with our mesh. It's absolutely amazing. Now, I just wanted to show you a couple other little tricks with our mesh. I like to do a lot of designs. I'll stitch them out on my no-show mesh. Treat my mesh as if it were fabric, and it's a nylon mesh. Now I will also, when I do that, I will put our brand new, now of course this is not in that kit, I'll put our fusible, our press and bond fusible bobbin thread. I will wind my bobbin with this, and I will stitch this out right onto my mesh, like my mesh was a piece of fabric. Once I do that, I'm going to take out a tile or a glass dish, and I'm going to lay that down, and I'm going to take my heat craft tool, and I'm going to burn out as fast as I can draw. That nylon mesh melts. Now I've cut this out. Now I used fusible bobbin thread in the bobbin. Look what I have. I have an iron-on. And let me tell you, if you look at fashion today, what they're doing is they're doing a lot of stuff that is, they put down and they do not stitch it onto the fabric. They go ahead and make an array of them on top. Go and look at some of these really expensive fashions. You'll see they no longer are embroidering on the fabric. They're layering designs on top. Well, now I can iron this baby down, and she's fused on permanently with my press and bond fusible bobbin thread. So you can't beat that with our no-show mesh. Absolutely amazing. Now, the next item, or the last item I'm going to talk about that's in my box, is you're going to get 5 spools of beautiful Floriani thread. And now let me tell you about our thread. Our thread, let me just grab a spool right here. Our thread, and you're going to get 1,000-meter cones. These retail at $5.99. Our thread has the highest tensile strength on the market. It means I can pull it harder than anybody else's before it breaks. Our thread happens to be a polyester, but it's made in a process where it looks soft and it's shiny like a rayon. See, we love rayons. Why? Because they're soft and shinies. Polyesters tend to be stiff and dull. So we've got the best of both worlds. We have a highly polished poly that is soft like a rayon. So it looks and feels like a rayon, but it is a color fast polyester. Now it is 40 weight, but ours is a true 40 weight. Now, what does that mean? When you stitch out with yellows, peaches, any of these brighter colors, you're going to notice they cover really well. In fact, they cover extra well. But if you stitch out, say, with a dark green, some of these darker colors, a dark green, a red, a black, you will notice that they don't seem to cover well. Well, the reason is when you start out to dye yellows, peaches, those kind of colors, you start out with a skinnier thread because the dye process on these colors fluffs it and makes it fatter. So we start out with a skinnier thread, and this makes this a true 40 weight. But if I want to make black, a dark green, a red, I start out with a fatter thread. I'll start out with a 30 weight so that when the dye process happens and it closes those cells, it will create a 40 weight, a true 40 weight. So all of our threads are true 40s. Why is that important? Because if you look at your designs, if you look at what it's asking for, it always says, are you going to use 40 weight thread? That's because most designs are digitized at 0.4 of a millimeter density because thread's measurable. So if this is a 40 weight, it's 0.4 of a millimeter fat. So it's going to lay down a stitch. The needle's going to move 0.4 of a millimeter and lay down a stitch. That's the idea. Now, we know we use toppers because sometimes it's like typing. If you go too fast, your keys get hooked up, right? So you have to undo them. That's why when we use thread, when we do it, we put a press cloth over the top and we steam it because we want that thread to absorb that moisture, swell up, and pop back into place. That's the way to deal with embroidery threads. So I hope you enjoyed my very quick rendition of our fabulous 5. And of course, it would not be a Floriani box if you did not have a set of free Floriani designs in there. So we have our watercolor flowers, which is absolutely a gorgeous design card. I did cup towels for all my daughter-in-laws at Hanukkah, and I used the flowers out of that, and every one of them loved them because they were all different. They have some really cool watercolor florals in there. You will really enjoy that embroidery card. So I look forward to seeing you again in real life. I'm going to turn this back over to Mulqueen's because I know we've got more exciting stuff coming from Floriani.
Hi there again. That was
Darren,
wonderful.
thank you so much, Darren, for the opportunity. I can't wait to see you again in real life.
I think that the comments were coming through. I don't know if you can see it on your side, but they were coming through pretty strong about how it was nice to kind of sum up like the foundation of stabilizers.
Great. Thank you so much, Darren.
You know, we do have it on special, and we were going to add the 7 as well. Do you know the sensational 7?
Oh, that would probably, I'm going to guess. I'm guessing. I'm going to tell you that's going to add in the stitch and wash fusible and probably the water soluble topping as well would be my guess. Now that is a guess, but that's what I imagine we would add on into that.
Awesome. We have them on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. We have them on our website, and they're going to be right next to each other. So if you want the 5-pack of stabilizer to get your kit, your foundation there, or we'll have the 7-pack of. This one's called the Fabulous 5. Isn't there a rock group?
Sensational 7 and Fabulous 5.
Yep. So anybody have any questions for Kathy while she's here? Because we don't get this opportunity very often. So if you have any questions, Jared will pop them up on the screen here.
Great.
And we're going to pick our winner as well to win this wonderful kit of stabilizer with the thread, and it is a $200 value, but I think that we have it right now at like 50% off. I
It
don't
runs,
remember the exact
usually
final
they run
price.
about if you buy it in a box, you usually get about a 45 to 50. Do you have no-show mesh in 15-inch by 100 yards available? That would definitely be a question for Darren, because they carry the commercial roll. So I'm going to assume that's probably a yes, but Darren would be your answer on that. Yes.
Yep, Jerry will have to pop out my email address. Just email me, Natalie.
Yeah,
At
Darren's
Darren
got
at
all
Mulqueen. Yeah, just so we can make sure we answer those type of questions for you.
But yes, we make it. It's just if he's got it.
And I do have one more prize to offer.
Ooh.
I have, so all you have to do is comment from at this point. So we've already picked a winner for the stabilizer bundle. We're going to pick a winner for Walter Floriani's Destined to Digitize book.
That amazing book.
This is a book that kind of is the foundation of learning how to digitize.
Yes.
So if you comment that you want to learn how to digitize, I will make sure that we pick a winner here also in the next minute or two.
Great.
So Kathy, where are you calling? Or where are you live from there?
I'm in my sewing room in Anthony, New Mexico, Vinton, Texas. I live on the point of Texas.
Oh, very nice.
I'm half and half. I live in Texas and New Mexico. We live on a farm on the border.
Oh, cool. What kind of farm?
Well, it's actually cotton farm, but I mean, I do permaculture vegetables and stuff. I got my chickens and my bees, and so it's been kind of nice being home. I've been really busy. I need to go back to work so I can get some rest.
Yeah, that's funny.
I need to go back out there. I miss y'all so much. I do. I
can't wait till we get back together again.
Oh yeah, get back to normal, whatever that is.
Right.
You know, normal is just a setting on the dryer.
Yeah. We do have a winner. Jared's picking our winners now, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of trying to read the questions too to see if, so I should stop doing that and just focus.
No. How is Miss Bridget and Mr. Pat?
Mom and Dad are wonderful.
That's so great.
My dad and mom both work 6 days a week.
Oh, I know it. They're tough. Oh, right.
Okay. So harder
teeth. Woohoo!
On the Fabulous 5 kit, you'll have to email Jer at Mulqueen. So it's a different email address. He's going to pop that up here in a second.
Great.
To claim your prize so we can get your address, and we'll mail that off to you.
And go into their store. I'm sure you have an online store, correct?
Yes.
Go into their online store, add that press cloth, add that template tearaway. Heck, add this press and bond fusible thread. Pick up those extras while you've got a sale going.
Yep, everything is on special this week, and mulqueen.com is where you would shop. And we're going to do a quick demo here in a minute on how to make sure you take advantage, or how it is easy to take advantage of those specials. And Georgia Stoll.
Yes.
You win the Floriani Destined to Digitize book, which is really cool.
So awesome. It's got some of his family history as well as how to digitize. It's a great book. It is so great.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy, for starting our day off. We started off with a bang.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Y'all have a wonderful.
Oh, that was Kathy Quinn from Floriani. That was wonderful. Hope you enjoyed that. We have Fabulous 5 kits. I believe it's $99, which is a $200 value in the kit. It's on special. And because it's over the $49, we will actually ship it for free. So you don't pay any shipping on that. You won't pay any shipping. We have other stabilizers. If you go to mulqueen.com, we have an event tab. And I'm going to have Jer, if he is available, to do just a very quick rundown of how to find our specials on our website. We're not going to turn off this live. We're going to stay live, but we'll have a screen up just so we can reset. So our next event today will be at 12 p.m., it'll be Shannon Fabrics. I don't know if you've ever worked with the Cuddle line of fabric. We have them at 12. And then shortly after that, this one kind of jumps quick into at 1:15, we have Feymore Scissor and a gentleman named Brent, who I think is probably one of the nicest guys in the world. But he's going to talk about his scissor line and these new tungsten steel rotary cutter blades that we're going to start putting on every one of our cutting tables here at the store. And then 2 o'clock today is Juki. You'll see the unveiling of the new DX4000. It's an amazing sewing machine, quilting machine. And then at 4 p.m., the wonderful Sweet Pea from Australia. So she'll be with us today live at 4, which is actually 9 a.m. the following day in Australia. So it'll be interesting to ask her what we're like lottery numbers, anything that we could maybe take advantage of that time difference, because they're way ahead of us. Just kidding. But she is. That's at 4 o'clock today. We have a wonderful code for you to take advantage of specials. And so I think Jer is ready to do a quick rundown of how to order, and then don't go away after that. We will be right back shortly. Here's Jer. To Jared in weather.
All right, so there was a question in there if we see all the comments from just Facebook or YouTube. We're streaming on 4 different things, so every comment that comes across on any of those things that you guys can see us on, we see your comments. So yes, all the educators that are in here can see that, and then so on and so forth.
I'm sorry if we do miss your comment. We honestly, we don't mean it. It's sometimes they come so fast that sometimes they get past us before we get a chance to pop it out on the screen. But just know, just comment again if we didn't answer it. Just comment again if you don't mind.
Okay, now we should be good. All right. So I'm having a little bit of internet troubles on this laptop, so I might end up having to share this screen here. But as of now, we are good. So if you saw anything inside of that demo that you do want to purchase, or you just kind of want to take a look at it, you can go on our website at mulqueen.com. At the top of the page, you're going to see this bar right here that says the Mulqueen Sewing and Fabrics Virtual Sewing, Quilting, and Embroidery Expo. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
I came up with that, and that's a mouthful. All right, so as you scroll down, you'll get to Thursday. So these are every demo that you will see today. The first one right here is Floriani, so that's what you guys just saw. As you scroll down through, wait for you guys to catch up, you will see everything that we offer from Floriani. Anything that you saw on that demo is going to be inside of here as well. It's just going to take a little time to load.
That press infused thread, that's here. The thread boxes we talked about yesterday, Floriani's software, and the Fabulous 5 and the Fabulous 7 that are so cutely being brought up on the screen right now. It's very slow. We have a
Are we using dial-up?
Yeah, we're on dial-up.
Did you call? You can, so if you want to combine shipping later on this week, the only way to do that is to go ahead and keep everything inside of your cart, and then go ahead and purchase everything at the end of the week.
But just know that shipping. I mean, we appreciate you combining, but if it's over $49, it'll ship for free anyways. I'm sure our packing department doesn't want to hear that, but you can order as many times as you would like.
Then this one, I'm going to post this real quick. So if you order it online, can you pick it up in person and you live close? So
I would love that.
You can go ahead and do that anytime you'd like. We do offer curbside pickup. So as soon as you get to the checkout portion of our website, you can go ahead and select curbside pickup instead of shipping, and you can select one of the 3 stores. So you can go ahead and do that very easily. Let me answer this one. The 3rd time, can you only use a cotton press cloth with the stabilizer? No. They recommend that you use their cotton press cloth, but if you have a Teflon one, or if you have like a cold iron, you can use that as well. Darren, don't forget to look at my email. I know you're busy being a star and all.
Okay, Jane, I will do that. Hey, will you bring it back to that the page on that website right before this?
Yes. If it loads quick enough.
Please let me know which brand of press.
Oh, like the
Oh, press cloth.
no, the bread or the thread. The one that we showed or was shown.
Press and fuse.
Yeah. So that's the one that's on the website. That's on special. Anything that we do carry in our store is on special on our website. But that's the one that you did see. That's the one that was recommended throughout this. So.
I just want to fill you in later on today when we do the Feymore scissors. You can see the link on the screen, and then at the very end of this day, you can see Sweet Pea Designs. If you don't mind, at some point during our breaks, just to click those links. We want them. We want to make sure that the links are working for them. But that's how those items will be purchased. If you have interest in anything that they are selling down the road, we have special codes for you coming up.
So the kit that Harder Keith won was the Fabulous Five. So that's going to be this guy right here in the middle. The picture's loading. Just give me a second. And then what you got there? Oh, this is the press and bond thread. So that's the thread that we do recommend. That's the one that we have that was shown on special. So if you want to go ahead. Did we have? Oh, we did have. Are you talking about like the press and bond, like the fusible? Let me post this comment so everyone knows what I'm talking about.
You have had more than one company talk about the press bobbin thread.
Is this what you're talking about, Rainey? Because we had someone talk about. Oh, we had the scan and cut lady talk about. What did she?
Julie was talking about a thread.
Yeah, press thread. I don't remember.
Well, the other day we had Quilter Select and
Glide doesn't have a fusible thread.
no, so I think it was Quilter Select, and that's what this is.
Yeah, so it's the same company.
Yeah, Quilter Select is all part of Floriani and Hope Yoder, which is the embellish line. It's all under the same umbrella, and that's why everybody talks about that same thread, is because everybody loves it, and it crosses over from one company to another.
So, Aaron, thank you for asking that. So, no, you do not need to put in any sort of code. If you look on here right now, you can see that everything is already marked down. So you can go ahead and automatically just add that to your cart, and you'll get the discount off just right away. So there is no coupon code, no nothing like that. So the other thing I would like to do real quick before we take a quick little intermission. Want to wish Gene Hedberg the best of wishes from our whole family. So we're looking out for you, Gene. So we look to see you in the store here shortly. So hopefully everything goes well for you. Thanks so much.
If anybody has a birthday or any other shout out, please let us know.
We'll make you famous. How many yards are on the press and bond thread? There are 800 meters or 880 yards. The fusible that she put on the rose. Beverly, were you talking about? That would have been probably the. Are you talking about the stabilizer or the thread? Yeah, so Quilter Select they were using the Floriani press and bond thread. Oh, cool. Kathy, do you mind if I bring you back in for a couple questions? All right, I'm going to bring you in real quick. I'll get rid of this guy. All right, I think you're muted.
Now I think I'm unmuted, right?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, you're good to go. So we had
Perfect.
this is Beverly wanted to know which fusible did you put on the with the
I
rose?
put press and bond fusible bobbin thread. It comes in 880 meters. I mean 880 yards. I can't tell you, or 800 yards, 880 meters. I do not know the price of it. But it's called press and bond fusible thread. And it should be under special items, would be almost my guess. Which power? Okay, it's called Power Mesh. It's the no-show mesh stabilizer fusible. So it is called Power Mesh. You can get it in white, beige, or black. It is actually replacing our original no-show mesh fusible. We have made it softer and sturdier, but either one absolutely works the same. We're always looking at ways to improve our products. And so we have improved our no-show mesh a bit. And yes, we do have a color guide, Robin. You can purchase it. It's beautiful. It's got real thread in it. So it's not a color swatches. It's actual thread in our color guide.
It's on our website as well, so you can see that.
Okay, and it's on the website. Great.
And then the press and bond thread, the one that we do have on our website there is going to be $21.99 less the 20%, so about $17, $17.
Excellent. You'll love that thread. I mean, it is so permanent. I used it to put a name on a grandson's cap. He has a little head. He's got just the right size. Yes, it will work well on t-shirts. I've used it on t-shirts. I have used it on wool caps. I've used it on a cotton bag. I actually used it on a nylon bag. It was one of those kind of bags. Yes, you can Keith, you can go on the Floriani website, and it's called the Stabilizing Solutions Guide. Sounds so much nicer than cheat sheet, but it is the Stabilizing Solutions Guide. And you can just print it out free. So yes, we do. Also, the Mulqueens can get you a nice laminated version that we do sell that you can put up next. It's a beautiful piece.
And then
what the purpose of the thread, I'm assuming we're talking about the fusible thread, that is to use in your bobbin. So now you have created an iron-on. So we want that instead of just being something you've got to sew on or embroider directly onto a garment. If I put that thread as my bobbin thread, I can now use my iron or my press. And I'm going to tell you, I know Mulqueen sells awesome presses. You can sell a press to press these on, and then they're a permanent fuse. That one's for you.
The specials, yes, we do have every single item in our store is on sale. So whether it be one bobbin all the way up to any type of sewing machine, everything is on sale. So and that goes until Sunday at 11:59. So January 31st at 11:59 p.m. You can get whatever you need. So everything is automatically 20% off all over our entire website.
But buy it today so you remember how to use it. Buy it right now so you can use it.
And if it's something, I'll let you know if it's something that you have seen in this show all week. Bear with us. It could take up to about 2 weeks to get those products in. And once those come in, it'll take about 3 to 5 days from the time that they land here to get to your house, regardless of where you're at in the country. And there's 200 people with active shopping carts on our website right now. That was, you want to stand up there? That was my old man that said that. So look at that.
Well, hello.
How are you? Long time no see, guys.
No, long time no see you. I just like to hug everybody. It's like, oh.
The virtual hugs.
There you go. Good to see you.
As you're talking about stuff, I'm on the back end putting stuff into the website. So I hope it's all working okay for everybody. There's a lot of people on there.
Great.
enjoying it. The Rainbow software with
It's the 120 sets were discontinued. So Darren had explained. I'll kind of explain that real quick. So the 120 sets, Kathy, the 120
Yes.
sets are discontinued, right? Okay.
Yes, we have
So-
quit doing the 120s. So I'm
'Cause it used to
sure
be-
if you bought a couple of hundreds, they'd send you the Rainbow software.
Yeah, so you'll get one software regardless of how many you purchase. It's one software per person.
Oh,
So-
good.
Yeah, so each person, if you get say 3 100 packs, you're gonna just get one software because
Sure.
you can only download one software. But Floriani used to offer 120 count stable or thread packs because they have 360. So they would basically, you buy 3 packs and you get through all of their colors. But now, with them introducing more colors and whatnot, they go to 100 packs and then 160 pack, and then they have a few different 30 packs, and then a couple like maybe 15 packs. So.
Yeah, we do seasonal thread. That is the fashion colors that are hot on the market now. So we will do a thread pack of those, and those come out in fall and spring. So those are not in our regular thread line. And then we'll come out with 30 packs that are encore packs that, again, that are threads that aren't necessarily in our original line to kind of give y'all more variety. And that's for you, Jer. Cass
Okay, yeah.
Allen.
So, Cass, I'm actually really glad you asked that, which means that you guys can't hear all the customers outside. So there's plenty of customers outside right now. They're all shopping away. So yes, we are open. We will be open Monday through Saturday between 10 and 4 o'clock. The only store that closes a little different is our Tempe store at 10 to 2 on Saturday. But every other day it's 10 to 4, all 3 stores. Let's see. Rainbow is only on the 100 sets. Yes.
Yes.
You have to buy 100 pack of thread to get that.
But
Those
it's
are
such
all
a
on.
cool program. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And the thread,
They-
you can't beat it. As you
We
can
had
tell.
we had Trevor the other day. We had Trevor Conquergood the other day.
Oh,
showing.
good.
So he kind of gave him, and so now it's stuck in everyone's head.
Yes.
And then Georgia, you can email me at jer@mulqueen.com to go ahead and get that prize sent to you. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and back out of here. We'll be back in about 20-30 minutes. But Kathy, it's been a pleasure.
It's been
I
great.
appreciate
Thank you, Tara, for you. I can't believe how big you've gotten. I know you just love hearing that.
I know. It's
when
funny.
I saw
There's
your
a picture.
name on the email, it's like, no. Are they big
There's
enough?
a picture of me. There's a picture of me right inside the door, right inside the front door, and people are like, they come up and they ask me, "Is that your kid?" I'm like, "No, that's me."
No, that's me. Yeah.
That was me 20 years ago. So
I remember him as that kid.
yeah.
I was
All right,
5.
Kathy,
I was 5.
it's been great.
Thank you.
Oh, you were 5 years old.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we grew up together.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you guys for watching. You guys can go ahead and stay here, and we'll be back on in about 20-30 minutes or so. Darren's going to have a nice little demo for us. So we'll figure out. And then Shannon Fabrics right on after that. And then right after Shannon, we have Feymore Scissors. So it's going to be a fun day. Busy day. So bear with us. We'll be back on in just a few.
Hi guys, I'm Ashling. I'm back with another demo, and today it's about our Iron Ease. It's just a little clip-on product that goes on the edge of your ironing board or any ironing table you have. It's adjustable to fit on any of them. It was created by a husband who saw his wife ironing, and every time she moved around the board, she was knocking things over, so he created the bottle to hold on to it, just like that, to hold on, and so nothing was spilling everywhere. Cool thing about it is it fits all your bottles, like your Mr. bottles or your Best Press, and it folds up for easy storage when you're putting away your ironing board. Doesn't take up much room at all, but it's super handy just to have on the side of your board so you always know where your bottle's at. Yeah. So over here is what the Iron Ease looks like in the box. We have it on sale on our website for $19.99. It comes with the spray bottle and the clip that adjusts to any table. You put it on. No. Now Jerry's going to be showing you guys the new Janome Sewist 721, and that we have a great deal on our website.
Alrighty, guys. So give me just 1 second.
Change to the banner.
What I'm going to be showing you guys is the Janome 721, the Sewist 721. It's a new model that we just got in. It's one that is available to be sold on the website, so that's why we kind of brought it up for you guys. The neat thing about it is it's a decently heavy-duty machine. You can sew through about 8 layers of denim, which we have denim on here for you guys. Another great thing about it is it's only $349. A major plus to the $349 is you get a $35 Mulqueen gift card, and you can use that to spend it on any of the Janome accessories. I was muted. Thank you for telling me. But so it's $349. You get a $35 Mulqueen gift card, and that way you can use that towards any Mulqueen or any Janome accessories, anything of that sort. So you can sew up to 8 layers of denim on the machine. You guys can hear me now, right?
Good. I would like to add that one reason why we're popping this out there is they just came in. We just received a pallet of them. Before this pallet arrived, we haven't had a machine at this price point with this quality for probably 2 months now. So we're excited to be able to have a machine so strong, so simple. It is a mechanical machine. A lot of people are not interested in all the fancy electronics on machines. So this is a mechanical, strong sewing machine. And I just want to point out that we've sold this type of machine to schools here in Arizona. It's able to withstand the abuse of students, if you call it abuse, but they've been going through about 4 years now of just service, and just they hold up so strongly. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Perfect. So the cool thing is, like I said, you can go through 8 layers of denim. So it's a decently heavy duty machine. So what I'm going to do is kind of show you guys real quick. I'm going to move the machine just a hair, and then kind of on the wrong side, but we'll kind of deal with it for now. So I'm sewing through basically 8 layers right now. I'm going to go ahead and bring that guy up. And go ahead and cut that. So I'll show you guys there. You can kind of see it's very faint because we use blue thread on blue denim. But it was sewing through. This guy right here is 8 layers of denim. So we folded a sheet of denim over a couple times. So that way you guys could tell how heavy duty it is. So if you're interested in this machine, it does come with about 13 different stitches, a couple decorative stitches, but more so along the lines of like blanket stitches, applique stitches. It's about 15 pounds, super light. So it is a nice little traveling machine. It comes with a hard case. It's just more of a dust cover, but it is a hard case. And then the accessories that do come with it, you get a few bobbins, you get your zipper foot, buttonhole foot, and then a couple spool pins and whatnot. So it's a very basic machine, but at that price point, that's kind of what you're looking for is very basic. Ash, can you click on new comments so I can see if there's any questions about it? Mechanical machines are the workhorses, yes. Phenomenal for retreats and classes, yeah. What do you have to do to keep the foot pedal from moving around?
We have, you can put that shelf liner on the bottom of your foot pedal. That kind of keeps it from moving. I know that there are products that are made that that you put your foot pedal on. And I can check our walls here to see if we have those and let you know about that.
And then the reason it was moving around right there was because we're using a table that's higher than the actual cord itself.
Yeah, it's on a cutting table, so it's 35 inches high, where a normal sewing table is 29 inches. So and it was kind of backwards. We're still working on our cool setup here. But this is a machine that once they're gone, we probably won't see them again for another month or two. We started ordering machines at 50 at a time to 100 at a time because it was taking way too long to get the machines in, and so we do order a lot now. And this one just came in. It's model 721 by Janome. It is what they call the SOIS series, which is a whole series of models in the line. This is the basic mechanical version. So it's perfect for a youngster. It's perfect to travel with. It's perfect for an experienced sewer that's got everything that you need to do all your basic sewing. So I just wanted to throw that out there that we just got these in. And so we opened one up real quick to let you know about it. And
I'm going to show them as well on the website where it's at. So just bear with me for 2 seconds while I pull it up.
Both of these items, if you're on mulqueen.com, if you have interest in them, right below the very top tab, it says event specials, I believe. If you click on that event tab, it brings you to everything that we discussed, where it's just kind of all in there.
So everything is on sale until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. That's good for literally every single item in our store is 20% off. The other times that everything is 20% off is if you are a Perks Club member. So if you become a Perks Club member, and what that entails is simply just purchasing a machine. For years and years and years, we were doing it as a lifetime membership. So as soon as you purchase a machine, you get a Perks Club membership. So you get 20% off for life. We were going to shut that down at the end of the year last year, so it would be 20% off a year-by-year basis. So every time you now buy a machine, it would be 20% off. But we knew we were going to be doing this event, so we continued it until the 31st of this month. So up until the 31st of this month, if you purchase any machine, any cabinet, any cutter, anything like that, you will get 20% off for life. So you always be considered a Perks Club member, and then you will be grandfathered in if you have already purchased or you do by the 31st. Yes, Nancy, we do ship machines. Anything that you can buy on our website is what we're allowed to ship. There are a vast majority of the machines that we do carry that we cannot sell online, but the ones that you do see on our website are the ones that we are allowed to sell from the manufacturers through our website. No, you do not get 20% off the sale price. We don't.
There's your lunch.
My lunch, thanks. So you don't get an extra 20% off. We don't combine anything like that. Unfortunately, we still have to make money at some point. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add this page up so you guys can see once again. So when you're on the main homepage, you come to mulqueen.com. You go ahead and you see this banner right here. You will go ahead and click on this banner. Yes, Janet, if you are already a Perks Club member, you are grandfathered in and you will always have the Perks membership. You will always have 20%. And anyone that buys a machine up until the 31st of this month, you will get a Perks Club membership for life. After that, it's a year-by-year basis. Yes, Karen, we do ship products to Canada. We are working on that. So it's our website and our ship center is being very fussy about trying to make it work through our website. But give us a little bit. It should be by the end of the week. We should have it up. At one point, we did have it up, but we don't offer. It's hard to get free shipping to Canada. I'm going to give you guys back to Darren. He has a question.
No, I just want to let you know that there are a lot of orders coming through, and so some things we have run out of. Just know that we've already ordered everything to come back in, and as soon as it comes, we're going to get it shipped right out to you. So I just want you to give us a little bit of leeway on the length of time that it takes to get some of these items to you. And with that, we are only about 15 minutes away from Shannon Fabrics.
Shannon Fabrics, yep. I'm going to just show them real quick on how to get to the nice little machine that we just showed. So you can go down on this to Janome, hit Janome Machines. This is for tomorrow. So we do have a Janome educator coming on tomorrow, but I'm going to give you a little sneak peek at what we're going to be talking about. So we do have the Janome 3160, which you saw before, and then the 9850 and the 721. And that's all we have on sale on the website right now. But we do have another page on our website with more Janome machines that are available. But this machine is $349. You do get a gift card for $35. So you can go ahead and search on there for that.
And Jared, would you mind if I say that our event specials in the Janome category on Janome machines, whatever the price is of the machine, if you buy this week from our website, you'll get a gift card. We call it a Janome accessory shopping spree. So it's whatever the sale price is, it'll be 10% of that we will email you the gift card that you can buy Janome accessories with.
Okay.
Even though there's only 3 there, it's the whole, anything that you can buy on our website or come in our store, any one of our stores, and we'll offer that same deal here in the store.
And then the other thing that we just showed was the iron ease. So as I scroll down through here, it's going to be on this page somewhere, but the easiest way to go about it is our lovely search bar. You just type in iron and then EZ. Hit that and it'll pop up eventually at some point. Go ahead and click on that. It's on sale for $19.99. And just to reiterate, it does. We do have free shipping at $49. Let's see, Darren, if I get the Floriani spring set, can I get the rainbow software? You can only get the rainbow software as long as it's 100 spools. Yeah, you have to buy 100 spools to get the software. So that is the stipulation on that. That is the rules that Floriani has told us that we can sell that or give away that software. So, Paula, you join the Perks Club membership by purchasing any sewing machine, any cutter, any cabinets. So pretty much any big ticket item, even if it's a machine like the 721, which is only $349, you do get 20% off for life if you purchase before the 31st of this month. Yes, Karen, it does do a phenomenal job on vinyl. It does not have an auto thread cutter. It's about as basic as you can get. It does have a a button to go in reverse. It has the needle threader, the little pull down needle threader. And then let's see. Oh, you got one last year when they were demoing at the Rusty Barn. Perfect. We do sell irons. If you go to our website, there's an iron category. We do sell some Panasonics, Oliso. To be honest, I don't really know all the other ones that we sell. But I'm going to go ahead and pause this for a few minutes. And we will be back on in about 10 minutes or so with Shannon Fabrics. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Alrighty? Darren.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. This is so soft. I had such a hard time not like cuddling it. This cuddle fabric is very popular in our stores. The things that you can make it's a great backing. You can mix it with cotton fabrics. You can make clothes or warm robes. There's so many things that you can do with this stuff, and it is the softest thing ever. We are so excited. Ever since we started selling cuddle in our stores, it's been a huge hit, and we are so excited to talk to Teresa from the Shannon Fabrics Company. Hello, Teresa. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good. I just couldn't resist, and it was so embarrassing. I was like just cuddling this. It was hard.
You really can't. You can't stop. I totally understand. Like I'm always petting it. Always.
Yep. Petting it. So we're so excited for what you have to show. Our customers love working with it. We pretty much have it by the yard.
Yeah.
All the different levels of height. I'm going to learn a lot about it. I just know it's really soft and what you can do with it, but I'm excited to learn a little bit more about all the different styles. And
yeah, I have a bunch of things to show you guys today, and just to talk about some of the basics of working with the fabric. I have some samples I'll show, and then I guess at the end we'll do a little demo and some Q&A. Is that right?
Yes, that would be wonderful. And if you're okay, I would like to do a giveaway after you come back, or when I come back on the screen for the Q&A part. If you just share our feed with your friends who you think should be watching this to learn about cuddle. If you would share the feed and just maybe do any sort of comment and ask questions. If you ask questions during, we will pop it up on the screen. If you can't see them, Teresa, we'll get back to the questions towards the end.
Okay, I might miss.
Are you able to see the pop-ups?
I can't. I just have to look down at the monitor.
Okay. So if you happen to see something there, you know that there's a question as we go, but we'll try to do the questions towards the end.
Okay.
But
all right.
I'm going to gracefully bow out, and so I can kind of go back to. I'm going to take a little nap with my cuddle fabric. I'm not going to nap because I want to see this.
Good.
Thank you. We're going to give it to
you. All right. So now we got both cameras. So let's take one of them off.
Yep.
See if I might be able to leave. Oh, I can't leave myself. There we go. All right, now we're one camera. Yay. So this one allows me to move around the studio a little bit more and be able to show you guys some sewing, but also to be able to get some close-ups on the fabric, which will be kind of fun. And it's the best thing about this because cuddle fabric is super soft, super yummy. The textures are beautiful, and it's something that like I can show you here, and it's one thing, or you can see close up, and it's even better. So I have my cameraman friend here. This is Hawk, and he is doing all of the camera work and following me around. So thanks for being here with both of us. So first, I want to talk about a little bit like what is cuddle. So cuddle and minky get kind of confused sometimes. So cuddle is a kind of minky, just to be very clear that minky is just a type of fabric, and cuddle is the Shannon Fabrics brand name for it. And we've been making cuddle for 25 years now. We just celebrated our anniversary last year, and we make a couple of different versions. So we'll talk about those today. Mulqueen's has a great selection of a vast variety of our cuddle. So I'll talk about all of the different kinds that we have. And then if you have questions, like he says, please just put them in the comments. I'll answer them as I go, or if I miss them, we'll get them at the end. And absolutely happy to answer all of the questions. I'm going to try to show you a wide variety of things that we can make and give you some examples of what we're doing. So, all right. So what we have first is we want to talk about what's the difference between cuddle and luxe cuddle. So cuddle is the kind of fabric. It's a minky kind of fabric. Luxe cuddle is the longer napped stuff. So that was talking about like the height of it. So cuddle 3 is a 3 millimeter nap. So it's a very short, smooth nap. I'm just going to show you the back of this little teddy because I'm going to show you the difference between these two. So this is a cuddle 3, and it's just a smooth, easy little nap. Okay. So if I rough it up this way, you can see it kind of does a thing. That means the nap is running this way. Okay. So this is cuddle 3 millimeter nap. Luxe cuddles are anything longer than this. So this guy would be an example of that. This is our Luxe Cuddle Glacier. This is color, I think, is pecan, if I remember it correctly. And you can see this is a much, much longer nap. It's not as obvious if I push one way or the other, which way the nap is. So it gives it a lot more flexibility in what you're making with it. But the difference is vast. So these are basically like a very similar color. The difference is really big. Okay, so what you're choosing to make with it can make a big difference in how the end result is. So I really love using them for different things. The Luxe Cuddle, we have a lot of them. And I know you guys have quite a few varieties of our Luxe Cuddles as well. So Luxe Cuddle is great. Cuddle 3 is the other thing. And like I said, we have a variety of those. We're going to talk about them. One of the most common ones is hide. And that's what we're going to use later. This is my little sample we're going to make a scarf out of. So this is the hide. Hold this out so you can show that off. Okay. Hide is super great. And I know you guys have it in a few different colors. This one is a great sort of beginner luxe cuddle. It's available in a lot of different colors, and it is really, really good for a variety of different things. I have this little elephant. This elephant is made out of heather, but it's basically a hide version. It's the same sort of print. Okay. So you can see like the little stuffed animals out of this. Super cute. Okay. These are all just luxe cuddles. This is one where I've made the Cuddle 3 as the feet, and then the Luxe Cuddle as the body of it. The same with the little tester Cuddle 3. So you can totally blend them together and do all sorts of things. My favorite thing, truly, for using Luxe Cuddle is making stuffed animals. I think they're the most fun things you can see around the studio. I've got a bunch of them because I love stuffies. I think they're super fun to make. And they're just, yeah, they're kind of a joy. So we have a few varieties of that. We also have print cuddles. And I have a few of those. Here's a little sample. Here's a sample. Okay, so we have a few of these different prints. They come in a whole variety of different styles. And you can find all of these on the Mulqueen site. How wide is Cuddle is question. Thanks, Bonnie. Cuddle is 58 to 60 inches wide. So all the Cuddle is sort of, it varies between those two, 58 to 60 inches. That's the Luxe Cuddle, the digital Cuddle. And they are all basically that wide. So they can vary, and that can definitely cause you to have to like make some changes in how things are made. But generally speaking, 58 to 60 inches wide. So they're wider than most fabrics. At that width, they're great for quilt backings. We also have Cuddle 390, which is a 90 wide Cuddle backing that you can use too. So it's wide enough that you can do lots of things with it. It's great for that. I absolutely love it. So this is a digital Cuddle here. So this is a digitally printed. So we have a variety that are digital, and that's a little bit, it kind of shortens the nap. It kind of smashes it down just a little bit when it gets printed. Smashes is probably not the right word, but you know, it makes it a little bit denser. When you wash it, this fluffs back up, but it's just because of the printing process. This one is one of our traditional printing. And you can see that the printing is just a little bit different, and the nap is a little fluffier already. And when you wash it, the digital will fluff back up again. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of different prints, different luxes, all sorts of things. Okay, one of the things about working with the knit or with the Cuddle fabrics is that they are a knit fabric. So it's really important that you work with them like a knit. And sometimes that's where people get a little bit confused. They're not really sure what to do with it, and they try to sew it like it's quilting cotton, and it's not quilting cotton at all. So you have to use some things that are a little bit different. I have a few tools that are kind of favorites of mine. One thing that's really important is using the right needle. So you need to have a stretch needle. We use a 90-14 stretch needle, and that will help it to get through the fibers of the fabric, sort of pass through the fibers rather than puncturing any of the fibers. And that's really important. We also want to use a polyester thread. So whatever brand you guys carry at the store, I'm sure is great. I've worked with a variety of Gutermann and Mettler and Superior. There's a lot of different brands that produce a polyester thread, and you just need a good quality polyester thread with it because it is a polyester fabric. The other thing to remember is that it's machine washable. It's polyester, but it is completely machine washable, just cold water, low heat, and no fabric softeners at all. Okay, so we want the thread, we want the needle. When we're cutting it, the other thing that people have issues with sewing with Minky, if they have done it and just thought it would be like quilting cotton, when they cut it, they're a little surprised. It's messy. And I totally admit that, but there are some ways that I can help you to make less mess with the fabric. So I want to show you that first off, and then we'll talk about all the projects that you can make. Okay. So let me show you with my little sample here, and I'm just going to cut the tiniest bit off the end. Move some samples out of the way. So this is my Luxe hide, right? This is Luxe Cuddle hide. One of the things that I want to do is try to keep this nap on the fabric, basically. So when I cut this, what happens is when you cut it, it cuts off the nap, and then the little fibers go everywhere, and it's super frustrating for people. We don't really want that to happen. So I'm going to show you how I do this. And you could do it in a couple of different ways. I'm going to show you two of them here. So the first thing that I do is I will take my, just a regular, this is just a Sharpie, just a regular felt tip marker. And I'm going to mark this. And I'm just going to cut the tiniest little bit off the end here because I want to salvage this. But I'm going to straighten up my end by doing this. How's that? It's probably a good way of doing it. Okay. All right. So I've got my line marked. So this is what I want to cut. Now, if I just cut this with a rotary, I'm going to have fluff everywhere. I have a nice straight edge, but I will have fluff. So I'm going to do it a couple of different ways. So one of my favorite ways is I use this little blade from Olfa. It's the SAC-1 blade, and it works really well for cutting this. It's kind of like an X-Acto knife and a box knife. So it's still got the nice little point like an X-Acto, and then you have snap-off blades. So every time this gets a little dull, I just snap it off, and it's good to go for another round. All right, so I'm going to just drag this right along the backing. Just hold some pressure. Looks like I might need to snap my blade off, speaking of it. Okay, I just pulled some pressure on there, drag my little blade along. And I try not to push too hard. And you can see what it does is leaves the fibers on here rather than all over my board. So now I can make less mess. So this is one way of doing it. If the blade scares you a little bit, we have other ways. It would be these scissors. So these are my favorite scissors from Feymore. So there's the brand name. There we go. These are my little Feymore scissors. They are their 6-inch razor edge, I think is what they're called. And I really love these. They have a great handhold, so I can hold them very comfortably for a long time and cut with them. But they have these really short little micro serrated blades, and the blades are what make all the difference. So using this micro serration will actually hold the fabric as I cut it. I love them. Okay, so I'm going to come along here, and I'm just going to take tiny little snips, and I just kind of hold the fabric back as I go so that I will cut just the backing fabric. Okay, and I just sort of cut this. I'll refinagle when I can feel it cutting more of the fibers. Redo it again, and I just cut little bitty snips. Okay, and this will do the same sort of thing. If I'm careful, I won't cut very much of the front. All right, so there we go. So if you have been one of those people who is like, I can't deal with it, it's too messy, this is a great way of handling that. I can get some of the cuddle dust off, just move it out of the way and throw it in the trash. So then it's much, much easier to deal with. The other trick I want to tell you is that when you are cutting this, after you've cut it, what you can do is take everything that you've cut. So for whatever your project is, I cut all of the pieces out at the beginning, go throw it in the dryer and put it in there with a wet washcloth or a damp washcloth with low heat or no heat. If you can do it on your dryer, let it tumble around for a few minutes. It will knock off all of that cuddle dust. So then when you start sewing with it, you actually are sewing with fabric that is going to be dust-free and super easy to work with. So that is a great trick for being able to work with the fabric, because the two things that people struggle with working with Minky is that it stretches and that it can be messy. So those are the ways that you can deal with it is you're going to cut it with the scissors or with a blade, throw it into the dryer. We'll deal with the stretch when we actually do some sewing, and I'll show you that too. Okay, so there is the basics on the fabric. Did we have any other questions that I missed there? Okay, all right. So let me show you some things that you can do with this. I have a few varieties here.
Can you use the rotary cutter?
Oh, somebody says, can you use the rotary cutter? And you absolutely can use the rotary cutter. You totally can. I think that this side of it actually, yeah, this side of it here was cut with the rotary cutter, and I can tell because it's such a nice straight edge. Okay, so you can absolutely do that. But what happens versus, here's the top where I cut it. Move that around. You can see all the nap coming off the edge because it didn't cut that. If I cut it with a rotary cutter, all of that nap that's hanging off the side would have been cut off. So that would be the extra mess that we would have. Okay, so if you cut it with the rotary cutter, just expect more mess, but you can absolutely do it. Okay, so I kind of pick and choose when I choose to use the blade and when I choose the scissors and when I choose the rotary cutter. And it kind of depends on what I'm doing and how willing I am to just immediately vacuum everything up. And so if I have my vacuum ready, I will just cut it with the rotary cutter. I want to be fast. If I'm doing little curves or stuffed animals, those shapes I tend to cut with the scissors more. Things that I need a little bit more precision with, I would use the scissors. Long straight lines, I use the blade. So that's the basic overview of it, but you can absolutely use all three of those tools anytime. All right, so there's our fabric. So I showed you the little bear. This is what we made for our Sew Together Tuesday. We do video tutorials every week, and this is what we made this week are these little bears, which is super cute. So you can absolutely applique with this stuff. We get that question a lot is, can you applique? Yes, you can. It works really, really well. You can see the little, the stitches on it are super cute. Okay, I love these little guys. They are adorable. This is a Melly and Me pattern if you are curious. So these are super fun to make. Little stuffies are super easy. You can see I just did little button eyes. Stick them in there. Super fun. All right, you can see all the other stuffies I have around. There's a ton of them. They're just super great to make. And you can actually make your own if you want to like just draw pictures and then kind of convert them into shapes for fabric. You can actually make your own little stuffies and they're super cute. Okay, so stuffed animals are awesome. There was another one I was going to show you. Let me grab for the applique. So for the faces and the belly on that, we just applique it, and you can use a straight stitch or a blanket stitch or a zigzag, whatever you like, whatever makes you happiest with it. You can also applique it to cotton. And I had a quilt at one point, and then it's gone now because it's used as a sample. But this was a part of it, that this is just a cuddle applique on cotton fabric. So you can absolutely mix the two fabrics together. And for me, I think it's super cute. I love the blend of the texture. I think it's absolutely adorable. This is a cute little pattern that's actually available on the Shannon fabric site. It's the elephant walk elephant. He's super duper cute, but it's great because you can do all sorts of things like that. So if you like doing applique, so you can applique cuddle to cuddle, cuddle to cotton. You can also use your AccuQuilt. So if you have an AccuQuilt, you can absolutely use that for your applique as well. And this is a cute little design that is their airplane and little cotton. Okay. So somebody asked, Renee asked, what are press and seal strips? Is that what it said? Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's stuff that people, there is a teacher who teaches with cuddle, and that's what she does when she cuts her fabric. She puts that over it and then cuts the fabric, and the fibers will sort of stick to that a little bit. I choose to just cut if I'm going to use the rotary cutter, I just cut it and vacuum it up. So you absolutely can do it, but that's her technique and not the way that we necessarily do it. So this is the little applique pillow. Like I said, AccuQuilt die cuts out the little airplane and all the pieces. The clouds are just freehand drawn. Super duper cute. So you can use the applique dies from AccuQuilt. They're great. There's so many, and they're super fun. We did a stocking this year that used the little gingerbread men on the stocking, and that was super fun. And I mixed that with cotton and cuddle as well. So don't be afraid of using the AccuQuilt with it. We have worked with them a bunch. And one of the things that I can say is I don't cut more than two layers of cuddle with the AccuQuilt, but I do it all the time. I've done a bunch of things with it, and I absolutely love it. Okay, so there's another example for you. All right. Blankets. Let's talk about blankets. You can make all styles of blankets. So we have a variety of patterns that we have, some super duper easy ones that you can go from really easy to a little bit harder to a little bit harder, a little more complex. Let's put it that way. Let me see if I can find, I had one of my little, so this is my teeny tiny little sample. I can grab a bigger one too, because this is a good one to show you, like basically, like you're going to sew around all four edges, turn it, top stitch, done. Okay, that's a great little lovey size. It's 15 by 18. One of the sizes that I like best is the 30 by 36 size, and this is just a little throw. Okay, so this is a luxe cuddle on the back and a print on the front. So you can see about how big that is. I hold it this way, you can probably see a little better. Okay, and then it's just the luxe cuddle on the back. Super pretty, super duper easy. Look at all that texture. Oh my goodness.
Can we see an edge?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, Super, super cute. Easy to do. And this is really just 2 pieces of fabric, right sides together, sew them together. We have some steps. You sew a top, a side, the bottom. And then you're going to turn it inside out and top stitch it. And that is basically what you have to do. We have some tutorials online for it, but really the ease of it is amazing. If you've sewn any blankets, this is a great place to start, okay, is with this little throw. We also have a self-binding blanket that is a super easy project that you can buy a hide or a luxe cuddle, and then you buy a print to go inside of it, and then you can make a million different styles of this blanket. It's the self-binding blanket. It really is one of my favorite projects because it's just so morphable. So this is one that we used a darker purple and a flower. I think this is the rosy. I remember right. So this is a print, and then the luxe cuddle. Basically the way that it works is we miter the corners, and then this is actually the raw edge. So right here, and this part always amazes people that it's the raw edge that comes right over the top and you can't even see it. Okay, it just hides right in there in all of those fibers, and that raw edge is hidden. Let me see if I can get an area that maybe I could get. Oh, there you can see just a little bit of the raw edge popping up. Okay, so you can see it really is the raw edge. We didn't tuck it under at all. All right, super cute, super duper easy because all you're going to do is do the 4 corners, stick it under, and top stitch. So it's really a simple blanket too. So if you're new to sewing with it, you can do that. So with that one, I did a luxe cuddle and then a print, which is kind of my favorite way of doing it. You could also put a flannel or anything else inside of that too. Another great way of doing it is using two of the luxe cuddles. So that's what this one is. This is just a little bitty sample to show you guys. Here, I'll lay it down so you can see it. So this one is a glacier. This is glacier here. Okay. And I can't. This is a snowy owl. I was like, what is that? Snowy owl is what this one is. This is a new fabric that we've got. But this is just another luxe cuddle. So it's a luxe cuddle and a luxe cuddle put together. And it's the same exact procedure with the raw edge here that you can't really see because it hides so nicely in there, and a beautiful little edge. So this is a great one. If you, like I said, if you are new to sewing with cuddle fabrics at all, this is a great project to start with because it's actually really easy. It's 4 seams that you do and then the top stitching, and then you're done and you have a blanket. It's great. Okay. So this is a fun project and one you can use in a lot of different ways. There's another one that we have, and this one comes with the Read to Me kit. I'm not sure I have that book up here, darn it. But the Read to Me kit is a really cute little cuddle book that I know that they have, and the blanket that comes with it, you get the little book and the blanket. And this little blanket is super cute, and it has the print on one side and the luxe on the other side, but then it's actually bound with the cuddle. Okay. So you can see this binding is done the exact same way too. Check that out. It's so pretty. Lay it like this so you can see it a little better. Okay. Super, super nice. And I really love this. So this is a little bit more because you're going to put the 2 together. This one has a batting in it, and then you're going to bind the edges. And binding the edges takes a little bit of practice, but it's so pretty and so soft. I really love it. So once you've learned to, if you get brave and you learn to bind your quilt with cuddle, which is really so soft and yummy and really not hard. There's no hand stitching. We just stitch it to one side, bring it to the other side, top stitch it down, just like we do with the self-binding blanket. You can actually do that on any of your quilts. So if you are a long arm quilter or you have your quilts long armed, you can absolutely long arm with cuddle on the back and then bind it with luxe cuddle, which is gorgeous and such an easy way of making a lovely little blanket. Okay, so here is, that's another version, one more. So many blankets, we can make all the blankets. Okay, then I wanted to show you one of our kits. And so our kits are various different styles of kits. And one of the easiest ones to start with is the wee one. And the wee one is a small one that is only, finishes 27 inches square. See if we can get you to show the, see the whole thing there. Okay, super easy one. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seams. And that's it. So it's 6 seams. Oh, sorry. 6 seams and you bind it. It's done quilt as you go style, and all of our quilts are done that way. So you can see the stitching on this side where it's just stitched through to create a little quilt. So when you're done piecing it, you're actually done quilting it. Then you just trim it up, square it, and bind it. So super duper easy. I know that Mulqueen has a few of our kits, and we have like a wide variety. One of them was on the table, and now I can't remember which one I saw on the table. Was it the dinosaur? I can't remember. We'll see it again. But those are all done the exact same way. They're just strip quilts that are done quilt as you go, trim it up at the end, and then bind it. So a super duper easy project. I was going to show you one more. So let me grab one more kit over here. I was going to grab this Pat because Pat is super cute. And he's just a big guy. Okay, so this is one of my favorites too. Look at this. It's the cutest, right? So super cute. So this is Pat the penguin. And he is a little play mat. So let me see if I can bring that in. So Pat is a little play mat that you can throw on the floor. Let the littles play with it. Cute little tuft up here. Okay. Super cute. And this one is just top stitched down as well. So you'll see we do that a lot with the cuddle, just gets stitched down. You don't have to do any sort of turn under because of that knit edge. It's not going to fray, and it doesn't need to be turned under at all. So this is another great one. This is a kit that I know they've got, and this is a super fun one. So if you're you've got a new baby that's coming or a new brand that's coming, this is a great project to do. And we have tutorials for that too, because that's what we do. I think that might be all the samples that I had that I wanted to show you guys. I had the big pile here. Oh, I think I did. I had one more that I want to show you. So I wanted to show you quilting, because quilting with the cuddle is really, it's absolutely gorgeous. And you can do it with a long arm. You can do it with your domestic machine. There's not a lot of trick to it. With your domestic machine, I always recommend, and with the quilts, the cuddle quilt kits, I always recommend that you use the OD 505 spray. It's really important to use the spray to keep it together. But I wanted to show you how beautiful it is when it's quilted. So this is over design. You can't really see the design so much, but check this out. Look at how much that design just pops up when it's on the cuddle. The back, when you do this on a quilt, this is just obviously cuddle to cuddle, has some batting in between, and it was long armed and then snipped to this size. But you can see it's absolutely gorgeous. Such a lovely, lovely combo there. You're trying to show the side. Is that right? Okay. All right, and then I'll show you another one. So you can see the batting in it. We do recommend using batting. I also did it with a piece of cuddle and luxe cuddle together. Okay, so this is the cuddle and luxe cuddle that are together. You can see you can quilt the luxe cuddle as well as the cuddle 3, and how cute that is. So Anne, it looks like, yeah, Anne asked, how hard is it to clean your machine after using cuddle? And this is a thing that we get asked a lot, is if it's hard on your machine. And the reason it isn't any more difficult on your machine, and it isn't any harder to clean your machine after you use cuddle, is if you clean it first. If you use that little dryer trick and you get the cuddle dust off, you won't really lose any extra fibers in there. We just recently tore apart my machine, and I was kind of surprised actually how little cuddle was in other parts of my machine. The bobbin case, I clean out my bobbin case and underneath there probably once a week or a little bit more. I sew with this all the time, but it truthfully isn't any more messy than the machine that I use strictly for cotton fabrics, because I have a work machine and a home machine, and it really doesn't make any more of a mess as long as you are cleaning it off before you start sewing it. So that's a really, really important thing to remember, is that you don't want to just cut it and then take it to your sewing machine. You want to get that off of there. You also want to use quality tools so that you're cutting, when you're cutting it, it's a nice sharp line. You've cleaned that off. You're using good thread. It will make all a big difference. So it really isn't harder on your machine at all. I have had zero problems with it. As long as I'm cleaning it off, it's not going to get put into the machine. Yeah, there are times that I have been a little bit lazy and haven't quite cleaned it as well as I should, and then I have a little more mess, but I just clean it out. Yeah, it's no big deal. Okay, could you use chenille on the edges? And you absolutely could. So you could use chenille over the edge. We actually have a fabric that is called chenille, which is kind of funny that you ask, because chenille is actually one of the ones that I love for using for binding. Okay. So this is one that I really like it. What is the dryer trick? The dryer trick is throwing it into the dryer. So after you cut it, after you make all of your cuts, you just sort of huddle it all together real carefully, move it to your dryer, throw it into the dryer with a wet washcloth, let it tumble around for a few minutes, and it will knock off all of that cuddle dust is what we call it. So all of those little fibers will sort of get bumped off in the dryer and they end up in your lint trap. So just clean out your lint trap when you're done. And then your fabric is basically mess free. So you'll see, like if I can move this around and I can do all sorts of things and none of the cuddle dust will fall off because it's all been removed at this point. So I don't have it just continuing to make a mess and make a mess, which is really important to remember because cuddle, like we work really hard to have a very good quality fabric. That's one of the qualities about it that is better than some of the other minkies is that it won't continue to shed. And that's something that definitely can happen with other minkies. Okay. All right. So are we ready for a demo? Try. See if we can get a thumbs up from them. Okay. So give it a shot. If you have other questions, please comment. I'm happy to do them. Okay. All right, Hawk, watch out. I'm just going to throw some samples over your direction. Okay. I'm just going to get them out of the way.
Oh, no.
We're just going to make a big blanket pile over there. Then, you know, that's where I'll be napping later. All right, we're going to move the little monster face pillow here and give him a little look. All right, and we're going to come around and we're going to do a little demo. Oh, I missed the question. It said when you use the AccuQuilt something. Oh, shoot. Put it back up.
How do you load it?
When you cut on the AccuCutter, how do you load the fabrics? What I do is I put them so that they are, they're nap up. Okay, because I want the backing is against the blade. So when the blade hits it, it will cut and go up and not push the nap into the cutter. Those cutters have to be cleaned anyway because even the cotton will shove down besides the blade. But I find it will make less of a mess if I cut it with the backing against the blade itself. So 1 layer, 2 layers, both backing side down and then pushing up. Okay, that's how I load that in there. And then put the plastic thing on it and all that. Okay, so I'm going to come around here, and then what we're going to do is, so come around here, and we're going to show the table, and I'm going to show you guys how to make this cute little scarf. So the scarf is one of my favorite projects because just so many cuddle things. It's so easy to make. All right. So what I have is a yard of fabric that I have cut in 3 pieces this way. So here's my selvage edge. This is basically a yard this direction. Okay. And then, so this is 20 inches. It'll be 20 inches and 20 inches. So I will have taken a yard and cut it into 3 vertical strips. Okay. So that's what this is. So this is my lengthwise and it doesn't stretch. Okay. This is my widthwise, which is, like I said, 18 to 20 inches. And this one stretches quite a lot. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this so that it becomes a skinny tube. So this is going to go lengthwise is this stretch. So you can see I've left my selvage on because I just do. If I don't have to cut it, I won't. And I'm going to pin over here. I'm going to pin over here, the other end. So I'll pin one end, then the other. Okay. And then I'm going to pin in the middle. And then I just keep working my way out. The reason I do this is because Minky and Cuddle will want to kind of move and stretch. There's a lot of space here between my backings, and my backings are what I'm trying to sew. So if I'm not very careful about the pinning, these can slip and slide a lot on me. And I really want to make sure that they're going to stay even. So I get the ends even, and then I start working in between. So I've got that end, and then I'm going to go in between here. I'm going to do it one more time on either side there and just fill this all in basically. And then I'm going to do another row here. So I always want to use the long flower head pins. And most of what I've got here today are the clover ones. So I want to use the long ones because they're going to be able to let my walking foot go over it. So I'm going to bring this down. So we're going to fill in this hole now. Basically, we're going to pin this all. So I'm going to put it in the middle between those two, and then the same thing where I'm going to pin this second row. Now this seems kind of counterintuitive. We normally would pin in this direction. We'd pin a few times. What happens when we do that is it tends to shove the fabric this direction as we sew. So I like to do this, what we call double pinning. And what it will do is hold the fabric in place really nicely as we sew. So I do this on any sort of long flat edge, especially. This is the way I will pin that always. And like I said, we call it double pinning. So this is, can you cut using the scan and cut? And thanks for the question, Connie. I have never, I do know that people have, but I would only obviously do one layer and probably just the cuddle 3. So the thinner cuddle, which is going to be this kind of cuddle. So the smoother stuff. This would be able to go through. I remember on that I Love Cuddle group, somebody was mentioning this, and they were talking about that they used it. But you wouldn't want to use the longer nap stuff. It would be too much for the machine to cut. Okay. All right. So now I've got my fabric all pinned, and I need to sew this whole long edge. So I'm going to do that. So I'm on a little Janome Sewist that I've got. They just sent me this recently. I'm going to work with it today. I'm pretty excited. I have it at a 4 stitch length and just a straight stitch. Okay, so nothing too exciting there. I'm gonna get my foot so I can, or my pedal so I can reach it. And I'm just gonna sew along this edge. I'm gonna back stitch just a little, and then I'm just gonna sew right along here, making sure that I get my pins out before I stitch over them. So that first row, I'm gonna take it out as I go. But that second row, you can see this is going to work itself right underneath that foot. So I'm going to leave it there so that it will keep my my fabric in place as I go. Okay, so I'm going to take that pin out so I don't hit it. Just going to sew along this whole edge. And like I said, I've got to add a little bit bigger stitch length. If your machine doesn't want to sew through it very fast, you can always bump it up a little bit. So I always suggest starting at a 3.5 or a 4 for the stitch length. Just bump along here. Take all the pins out. And then we're going to get my ends pretty close to matching. Do a little back stitch. I'm going to cut my thread. Okay. And then I can take it out. So now I've got this whole edge nicely sewn. I used a little bit darker thread so you guys could see it. Okay. So sometimes we talked about this once before on the Sew Together Tuesdays, is sometimes you'll see this and you can see how it kind of looks a little bit crooked. And it's really because it hits the vertical line. So this side, it won't do it as much. And then sometimes that happens where it looks a little bit wonky, but I promise it actually works totally fine. And it's just because of how it hits the weave of the knit. I'm not sure exactly the physics of it, but it's what happens. So now we're going to turn this inside out. Got the whole thing. Okay, so now I've got this big long tube. I put my seam up here along the top. Straighten it up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add the twist to the scarf. So what I want to do is I want to bring these two ends over to each other. Okay, so now they're together. If I sew it together like this, it just becomes a circle. And what I want to do is create that infinity scarf, that Mobius strip sort of look to it. So it'll have a little twist. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to take this end and I'm going to twist it. Okay, so it's going to have this little spot in here, and that's what it'll look like when I'm done as well. And that will make it lay nicer around your neck. So then what I want to do, and here's where it gets a little bit tricky, is I'm going to pinch these two inside pieces that are right sides together. So here's my front and back, or not my front and back, but left side, right side came together. They touch. There's two pieces in here that are right sides together. I'm going to hold them real tight, and I'm going to stick my hand in this tube. And I'm going to pull it out. Okay, and I haven't let go. I'm still holding on here. And I'm going to take a pin. I'm going to stick it in here so that in case I accidentally let go, I'd be okay. And then I'm going to work these around. So now what I can do is just get these edges to match. And I'm going to have it so that a side fold matches the seam on either side. So a lot of times people get confused and they're like, but my seams don't match. And that's exactly right. Your seams should not match. They should be on opposite sides. Okay, so I'm just going to pin this all the way around. This one you'll notice I'm pinning perpendicular. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to sew in a circle. We're going to see if we can take that little tray off my machine too and actually sew in the round, because that would be great. So I'm going to pin this every couple of inches or so. I might come back and pin a little bit more. This is the stretchy side, so this can definitely be a little bit more for you to pin down and make sure that it's staying in the right places. And then we want to make sure that we're going to leave a gap. So I'm going to do a little double pin this way. So 2 pins here, different kind of double pinning. I'm going to put 2 pins here where I need to start and stop. And that way I can leave myself a little turning gap that I'll sew all the way around, leave this little hole, and then I can turn it inside out. All right, make sure I've got enough pins in here. I'm going to add a couple more just to be sure it's all tacked down really nicely. All right, now let's see if we can take that tray off. Oh, look at that. Ta-da. It did it. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here and I'm going to sew all the way around. Okay. So I put this in here. It's generally our seam allowances are 1/2 inch is what we recommend. And I just generally use the side of my walking foot. So I'll make sure that I can see the edge of the fabric, and that's as much as I need to have. Okay, so I'm going to put my needle down, and then I'm going to do this funky little thing where I'm actually going to lift this up, and I'm going to sew off this edge. I'll show you why I do that when we come back around. All right, but I'm going to, oops. Okay, what happens if you twist it more than once? You get a couple of twists in there, it'll just be twisted a couple times. There we go. It's really not a big deal at all, but you do want to add the twist if you can at all. If you forget the twist, it sort of sits more like a cowl. It's totally wearable, but it definitely sits more like a cowl. All right, so we got the little bracket in there, and now I'm just going to work my way around. So I just kind of give it a little bit of a tug just to keep it straight. I want to make sure that my 2 edges are staying together. And as I come under here, I try to catch that so that it flattens out my seam allowance. There we go. And then my seam allowance will be flat as it comes around. It's really no big deal if that gets caught up in there. It's okay. Okay, try to keep that smooth. Okay, so now I'm back to where I started. So I'm going to stop and back stitch just a couple. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to twist this and sew off the edge one more time. Okay, and I'll cut my thread and pull this up. All right, so now what happens when I do this little L bracket here is what I call these. This gives it a place that it will turn a little bit better. This is a great trick to use when you're using anything that's going to be kind of hard to tug out. So I started doing this making bags, and it helped a lot to keep things where I wanted them to be. So it gives just an added strength to that little corner. I'm just going to pull it out, start pushing it through, work it all the way through, and pop that in. The other thing it does is that it makes your seam allowance come in. So now you could come back here and you could hand stitch that, or you could zigzag over the top or do a little straight stitch. If you're like me, I'm usually pretty lazy when it's my own, and I just leave it there. And then I just pretend that it's sewn shut, and I use this at the back of my neck. So that's all you're going to do. And then it's going to be a beautiful little scarf. So you want to come around front and we'll give it a little try. Okay, I'll show you how it is. So this one I have cut a little bit smaller. So I tend to cut mine at 30 inches. All right, so this one is at 30 inch. So you can see it's a little, it's kind of shorter around my neck. Has the little twisty guy in there. There it is. Okay, we'll make it come around the front. So this is the 30-inch one. I'll show you. Different one if I can find it. Oh, you know what? I didn't show them the jacket. Oh, we still have to see the jacket, you guys. Okay. So this one is also a 30-inch, which I really like. This is this color too. And then this one is a little bit darker version of that. This is 36 inches. So if you want a little bit longer one, the actual yard is this long. Okay, so this is a little bit longer version of the exact same thing. And yeah, just a longer version. So if you like it hanging down a little bit more, I like the sort of cowl look of the other ones where it's like more close and up around my neck and keeps me nice and warm. But this is actually really good. Okay, so there we go. I have a little bit of cuddle dust on me from making all that stuff. One more thing, the jacket. Okay, so he mentioned at the beginning, one of the things that you can do with Luxe Cuddle is that you can make clothing out of it. And it is a surprisingly good apparel fabric. So we have made lots of things out of it. This is a super cute jacket. I'm going to zip it up for you so you can see it. It is a very, very cute little jacket. Lots of patterns work with this. You want something that is not, oh, now I'm going to do it and have a hard time. There we go. You want something that is not super fitted. Okay. Something sort of loose. Look at how pretty that is. It's a really lovely little jacket. It does have darts back here, so you can have it fitted. Okay. So yeah, these are pieced back here. So you can see this is probably, yep, serged edges. So all of the seams are just serged, but this is just the back of the fabric. Okay, no lining, totally an unlined jacket, easy peasy, serge the edges. You can absolutely use your serger with cuddle fabric. Generally, when I do it, I leave my blade down, so I'm not cutting any extra cuddle dust at all, but I would just cut a nice clean edge and then put it through the machine like that. Works beautifully. It's great for all sorts of things. So hats, scarves, blankets, throws, toys, like basically anything, pet beds. You can make all sorts of stuff with cuddle fabric, and I absolutely love it. It is super fun. I just saw the thing came up that you guys have 20% off, I think is what it said. Is that what it was? Yeah, off of the cuddle kits and fabrics. So yes, 20% off. So if you shop at mulqueen.com, they have a huge selection of fabric, a wide variety of stuff that you can do all sorts of projects with. I want to remind you too that we have lots of patterns and tips and tutorials over at the Shannon Fabric site. So if you go to shannonfabrics.com, we have a lot of free tutorials and patterns that you can download. You can make your own little throw blanket. You can make a self-binding blanket. You can make the hats, the scarves, all of that good stuff. That scarf pattern is available on our website as well as on our blog. So there's lots of things that we can do. All right. So are there more questions? What did I miss? Anything else?
Bring me in.
Okay.
Well, we got
3 of us. Okay.
We got 2 of you, Teresa's.
Yeah.
Twice is wonderful.
There we go. We're back.
Yeah, we're excited to offer the discount. I know that a lot of people were raving about your demo.
Good.
And so I hope they're excited that usually my mom doesn't like to do discounts on fabric because it's already low.
Right.
And so it was a hard thing to do 20% off of the cuddle, but and on the cuddle kits.
Which
so
is great.
We have some cuddle kits in stock, and we have some cuddle kits coming. So they're all on our website to place the order, and then we'll get it shipped out as soon as possible. Yeah. And we have a gentleman coming up here. I think we still have a little bit of time. Let me see what time it is. I'm sorry, 12:52 or so. So we have a gentleman named Brent coming on from Feymore Scissors, and he was saying he was hoping to be close to your segment because he loves how you guys like his scissors. And yep,
I love their scissors. I really do. I think I have 4 pair of these little guys. They are my favorite. They're just the comfort of them is different than any other scissor that is out there. It's just the most comfortable, easy to use scissors. So I love them.
Yeah, that's cool. So let's see if anybody has any questions. Teresa's here with us live, and it would be wonderful to see if anybody has any other questions.
Yeah, if there's anything, I'm happy to answer them.
And we want to give away the prize.
Yeah.
We started 44 years ago in business. My dad and mom did, and so we were giving away $44 gift cards. But this time, instead of doing just one $44 gift card we're going to do 4 $11 gift cards, so it equals 44. But at least 4 people have the opportunity to shop with
That's
a $11
great.
gift card.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
great. And with the added
not as much.
discount, it's a deal.
Yeah, and Jer has. Should we announce the winners? Yes, of course we should.
Oh, yay!
So it's $11 gift card, and it's Rita Merrill, Linda Newser, Sherry Andrew, and Don Maddox. If you
Congrats.
would please email Mr. Jer, which his little email address will pop up there. It's jer@mulqueen.com so that he can have your email so we can email you your gift card.
That's great.
You know, I thank you and your company so much for doing this with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
To see
We've got
that-
a question there. Is there a trick for embroidering on it? Oh,
That's a
and
good
I don't know if I have anything right here. So there are a couple of tricks with embroidering with it. So if you're an embroiderer, you want to use a cutaway stabilizer. Using a stretch needle is important. And then you want to make sure that you are using a water-soluble stabilizer. So the water-soluble stabilizer will help a lot in getting it to sort of embed into the fabric and to have keeps all the cuddle kind of in check as you're embroidering it, and it will work really well, really well. I've done a bunch of things with it. I think I had to take all my samples into the office to get them to take pictures. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Hawk is running around the studio trying to find something, and I'm pretty sure they're all.
That one the teddy bear that had the patches, were those embroidered patches on the?
They are just on the machine. I just stitched them on the machine.
But
it's the same idea. I did it the exact same way, where I actually put a stabilizer behind it, and then I put the water soluble on top. Here's a tiny little sample. So this is one where I did a little cuddle block with the little numbers. Okay, so same idea. I just put a little stabilizer, a little cutaway behind it, a little water soluble stabilizer on top, and go for it.
Is that a soft, like a dice kind of thing?
Yep, that's exactly what it is. A little cuddle.
That's cool.
Yeah. If you use the cuddle as a backing, Vicky asked, should I also use a batting? I always recommend that you use a batting because the fibers can kind of pull up a little bit. It's usually not a big deal, but that batting will sort of hide it. And the batting gives it a little bit of extra loft in there. So I always recommend using a batting. I am not a long armor, but I send mine off to a long armor, and she uses a 80-20 blend for all of my quilts, and I back them all with cuddle, of course, because you have to. Once you see how beautiful it is, you kind of have to do it.
If you guys are local in Arizona, we do carry the 80-20 30-yard rolls of batting.
Great.
You save by buying the bigger rolls, and if you're going to use it, you might as well.
Yep.
We have it in 96-inch wide and 120-inch wide, I believe, are the two sizes. By
Nice.
30 yards.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And
That's
it's
like
fun to... Oh, go ahead.
It's like 10 quilts worth. It's great.
Oh, that's good. I should know that. That says, why no softener?
Why no softener? Why no fabric softener? So no fabric softener is very, very important when you're working with the cuddle fabrics. And that's because the chemicals, whatever it is in the fabric softener will actually stick to the fibers of the fabric. They kind of want to just attract it, and then it sticks to those fibers. And then what happens is it gets kind of like it'll get like an oily feel to it, and a little bit, I'm not sure the right word. It just has a different texture. It's not as nice. It looks a little bit matted. And you can actually, if you've accidentally done that, you can usually wash it with a 1/2 cup vinegar in your wash, and it'll kind of take that out a little bit. But we really recommend that you just avoid the softeners altogether. It'll make your fabric wear much, much better and look nicer for, forever, basically. The stuff will wear us for a very long time. It's beautiful.
These are great questions. I hope that we can get a few more here.
Yeah, me too. I
So
appreciate it.
where are you located right now? We always like to find out where everybody's
I'm in
at.
Los Angeles. Yeah.
Los Angeles?
Yeah. So
Okay.
just kind of over from you guys. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. Ida asked, how was the airplane applique attached to the pillow? And what I like to do is I like to cut out my applique, and then I use the 505 from Odif. I use the basting spray. I spray it on the back, and then I stick it on there, and I do the stitching. So that's the way this is done. Let's see if I can show you guys. Okay, so this is just spray basted on, and then I stitch it. And I use the water soluble over it, and the water soluble sort of keeps it in place as I'm going. Super duper easy, not difficult at all. Don't try to pin it. And using the spray basting is easier than using the iron-on fusible. You can use the iron-on fusible, just make sure that you use a pressing cloth to keep it from getting too warm and melting the fibers at all. But otherwise, the basting spray, I feel like, is the easiest thing. Okay. I see Debbie asked about dryer sheets. And dryer sheets.
We have that dye in stock, by the way.
What was that?
We have that AccuQuilt dye in stock if anybody's interested.
Good. I love the AccuQuilt. I really do. I use it for all sorts of stuff. But the dryer sheets can be a problem if they have fabric softener like in them. So we recommend, and most of them do have some sort of a fabric softener. So we try not to do that at all. So, and then really there's no reason to add anything that will soften the fabric because the fabric is crazy soft already. So no dryer sheets, no liquid fabric softener. And that is the safest bet.
Very nice.
Okay.
And let's see. Does the cuddle come pre-cut for the binding? Is that maybe in the kits, perhaps?
Yeah, it does come in the kits, but you have to cut it. And we cut it a little bit smaller. So our fabric for the bindings is cut at 1 3/4 inches. So it's a little bit smaller binding because we don't do a turn under, but we just do it 60 wide. So what I usually recommend is that they just get like a 1/4 yard of the fabric, 1/2 yard of the fabric, and then just cut the strips of it. I really love using like weave and chenille, some of the fabrics that we have for the bindings. So you can just cut those yourself and just buy the fabric and have it ready to go. What is this? Do you have sparkle glitter there to show us? Do we? I think there's some actually in that little drawer right over there where the green is hanging out. If you pull that open, I think there are some little squares in there.
Jer has a sparkle glitter shirt on right now.
There we go. See if we can get that. Choo, choo, choo. So that's the sparkle cuddle glitter. Yeah.
Oh,
so
cool.
This is amazing stuff too. So super fun. We just have a ton of different fabrics. I know you guys have a lot of fabrics. I was out at Mulqueen, I think about 2 years ago. I taught out at one of the shops there. And yeah, I was so amazed at the selection you guys have was really, really good.
You have a lot.
You have a lot.
You could walk around down the aisles and back, and it's all cuddle.
It's all cuddle. It was great. Yeah. I could see online you guys have a ton of the stuff too. So I'm very excited about that. And yeah, I hope people will take you up on that offer because 20% off is a great deal for cuddle.
Yeah, you got to take us up on it before Mom turns it off. Just kidding. So it's going to be on at least until the end of this week.
Great.
And so if there's no more questions right now, you can still email us if you have any questions and we'll get the answers for you. But I just want to thank you so much for doing this. And I hope we can do it again.
You're very welcome. Happy to be here.
The question now is, does Glendale store carry cuddle? Yes, we have it in all 3 locations.
Great.
We're trying to make each of our stores softer. So we brought in cuddle.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Until next time, thank you so much, Teresa.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, everybody, for that. That was wonderful. We love having Teresa here. We are going to just take a very, very short break. But first, just want to let you know, if you go to our website, which is all around me on our back wall, mulqueen.com, at the very top of the page is a banner that talks about this event. If you click that banner, it will bring you right to our page of events. And if you click on Shannon Fabric Trunk Show, which would be the Thursday lineup of events, if you just click on Shannon, that's where you'll find kits and you'll find yardage. And if you can't find what you're looking for, please email us. You can email Jer at mulqueen.com, and we will get the answers for you if you can't find it. We're trying to make it as easy as possible, but we have so much going on that we're just trying to wrangle it in and make it easy for you. So I'm excited to have Brent show up here in a few moments. So we will just take a short break, and Mr. Brent from Feymore Scissor will be here just in a minute. So don't go anywhere. we're back again for our 115 class with Brent of the Feymore Scissor Company. We're so excited. This gentleman that you're about to meet is probably the nicest guy I've ever met, and you'll have to tell me what you think.
What about me?
Well, Jerry, you're nice too, but not like Brent. Wait till you meet him.
I'll meet him.
Yep. So he makes Feymore scissors. They're one of our favorites. We had a Mulqueen scissor set, which we're gonna get another one coming here down the road. And I would never have anybody make a scissor set for us other than Feymore scissors. So if you wouldn't mind, let's bring Brent into our show today.
Hey,
Look, there
Darren.
he is.
Hey,
Hi, Brent.
how's everybody doing?
How are you?
I am
We're doing okay.
mighty, I'm
We're
doing mighty
excited
fine.
for all you have to show.
Well, we're excited to
You
be a
have,
part of this.
something new that. Yep, you have something new that I didn't know, and we're gonna put them at every one of our cutting tables here very soon, as soon as they arrive. So we're excited for this.
I'm incredibly excited to show you. And for those of you that
are you okay if we give away something at the end of our skit here?
Hey, let's do it.
All right. So if you don't mind, again, I know that it's if you don't mind to share this feed with your friends who you think may need some scissors, and just comment done when you do that. And if you don't mind, please ask questions. We'll pop them on the screen for Brent to answer during this portion of our expo here. And we are going to give away a pair of scissors at the end of this. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Hey, and I'm going to throw in something else.
Oh, okay.
So let's do 3 giveaways.
Okay.
All right. So you're going to give away a pair of scissors.
Yes.
We're going to give away one of our kits.
Oh my gosh.
And the last thing we're going to talk about, and that new thing that you were talking about, we'll give away one of these, but we'll talk about that in a minute.
Awesome. That is cool. So just please comment, ask questions. The more questions, maybe we can even find another gift on our side, since we might have to match Brent's offer. So does that, I'm going to gracefully bow out here and give you the screen. And we do, once again, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for inviting me. Thank you, everybody, for attending this awesome event. You know, the pandemic has changed our worlds completely. And this is the first live expo I've been to in almost 2 years. So it feels good to have the apron on. Folks, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Brent Finizza. I'm also known as the Scissor Man, founder and creator of Feymore Cutlery. Just to give you a quick background really quick, Feymore Cutlery was started 22 years ago, and it was started with a simple mission: to create a very high quality product at an affordable price with exceptional customer service. And with the help of my team and myself, that's exactly what we have done. And with great people like Darren at Mulqueen and his family, and other independent sewing centers across the world. We only manufacture for the independent retailer. We do not manufacture for the mass retail. You'll never find our brand at a Joann's, Hancock's, or Hobby Lobby. So give you a little story about our products. All of our products are forged from a 420 J2 German grade stainless steel. Kind of starts off with a blank looking like this. And then after 64 processes by hand, it comes out looking like this. So, you know, it gets stamped out like this. Then it starts looking like this. And then when we're done, it's looking like this. So you make beautiful quilts, sewn garments, embroidery. My hobby, my passion is making precision instruments. Folks, Feymore Cutlery not only sells scissors and tweezers and notions, we also service them. So we service all of our items for as long as you own them. If you've got something that you dropped or maybe cut through a pen, nicked your scissors, need them sharpened, you can send them back to us. Or if you live in the Arizona area, you can take them right to Mulqueen, and they'll sharpen them there as well. But we sharpen them for as long as you own them. Kind of an important thing here. So we just don't sell to you and we're done. We also service for as long as you own them. Do want to kind of give you a little bit of a tour of the items that we do have and the variety of things we have. So there are two types of products that you can buy. There's products that are needed, and those are the products that are going to be here today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. And those that are wanted, and those are more of your trendier kind of styled scissors. Most of everything that we produce is a needed item. So these are things that you will need to complete any project for a very long time. Now, most everybody knows about the 8-inch bent trimmers. We do make right-handed and we make left-handed scissors. And for those of you, I want to kind of explain to you the difference between right and left-handed scissors. Right-handed scissors, there's no such thing first as an ambidextrous scissor. It's either right-handed or it's left-handed. There's not a scissor that does both. I'm sure there are scissors where you can cut with your left hand, but you've had to train yourself with that. And I want to show you the difference between a left-handed and a right-handed scissor. On a right-handed scissor, has absolutely very little to do with the handles. It has everything to do with the blade position. On a right-handed scissor, when you open the scissor up, the right blade or the inside blade comes up first. On a left-handed scissor, the left blade or the outside blade comes up first. Why is this important? So on all scissors, the top handle controls the bottom blade. The bottom handle controls that top blade. All right? So being right-handed, when I put my hand into this scissor, I'm naturally putting pressure with my thumb for this blade to go that way. And I'm naturally applying pressure with these fingers here for this blade to go this way. So when I open and close the scissor, I'm naturally putting those blades together. If I put this in my left hand, now what I'm doing is I'm putting pressure with my thumb for this blade to go that way, and I'm putting pressure with these fingers for this blade to go this way. So all I'm doing is I'm bowing the blades. Now let me show you. Why is this important? If you're a quilter, all right, let's just, one thing to show you really quick. How sharp are our scissors? They're sharp enough to rip just like that. So what's important here, if you're a left-handed person and you're cutting, all right, so if this is our cut line, you, as a right-handed person, you're cutting on the right side of that cutting line. So you're looking straight down on that cutting line to cut with it. If you're a left-handed person using a right-handed scissor, now you're kind of having to hold yourself to the side to see that cutting line. Well, if I'm a left-handed person, a right-handed person trying to cut with a left-handed scissor, all that's going to do is fold the fabric. Put it in my right hand, and it cuts like a knife, hot knife to butter. Left-handed scissor, now I've got it in my left hand. I'm putting the pressure with my thumb for this blade to go that way, and for this blade here to go this way so I get them to meet. So now if I'm left-handed, I'm actually cutting on the left side of the cutting line, and I'm looking straight down on that cutting line and can cut quite easily. So for those of you that are left-handed out there, if you've ever had a problem using your scissors, understand the difference between a left and a right-handed scissor. And to learn more, you can go to our website at famcut.com and look at the videos that we put up there, because it is a pretty hot topic. And for some left-handed people, you've trained yourself to put pressure on your hand to get that scissor to cut. But if you've done a lot of cutting, you get indentations in your thumb and in your index finger that hurt quite a bit. Using a true left-handed scissor will eliminate the pain of cutting. So that's the difference between left-handed and right-handed. We do have other styles of left-handed scissors. We have an 8-inch bent trimmer. We have a duckbill applique scissor, both 6-inch and 4.5-inch. We have a 4-inch large ring straight and a 4-inch large ring curved, and a 6-inch, I think I said 6-inch straight trimmer. And we've got more left-handed scissors coming. So be on the lookout. Just to kind of walk you through some of the products that we have. Now, what I'm going to show you today are some of our most popular scissors. And for those of you that do any embroidery or any quilting out there that just like a nice thread snip, this thing is pretty spectacular. You don't have to put your fingers in anything. And that's the only time that it doesn't matter if you're left-handed or if you're right-handed, because you're not putting any kind of pressure directly on the blades to get them to meet. So these little thread snips do come in a titanium coating, and they also come in a polished coating. They are micro-serrated. So the one bottom blade is micro-serrated. And the reason we put a micro-serration there is whenever you go to close the scissor, you want it to grab the thread and cut. You don't want it to push out. And if you've ever used a pair of scissors and you went to close it and all it did was push the thread out, it was either dull or it was too polished. And what that serration does, it'll grab that thread and it'll give you a nice, clean, precise cut every single time. So these are our 738Ts, and this is for titanium coated, the rainbow iridescent look, and the 738P, which is just a polished finish. So that's that. Now, we do have some applique products, and appliquing is incredibly popular right now. And one of the things I want to show you is the purpose of a duckbill applique scissor. A lot of people want to know, how do you use that duckbill, right? Is the duckbill on the top? Is it on the bottom? What's it for? How does it work? So I want to show you. So the duckbill is designed to protect the top layer so you don't cut in to your top layer. And it's designed to get as close to the seam as possible. So what you want to do is you want to lay that duckbill flat, get that bottom blade right up against that seam line, and do your cutting. Now you can see there that we are incredibly close to that stitch line without cutting into the seam line. So that's a 6-inch duckbill with with an inch wide duckbill. A lot of the other duckbills that are on the market are anywhere between 1.5 inches to 2 inches wide. When we initially made our 6-inch duckbill, everybody wanted a smaller duckbill. So that's why we made ours 1 inch. Then we made the little duckbill. This is a 1/2 inch wide duckbill, and you can get into smaller areas, tighter areas, But all the applicators were like, well, do you have something that's a little smaller than that? So what we did is we created the little mini duckbill applique scissors. And as you can see there, cuts really nice and close without getting into the seam. But now we have the little 712 MD mini duck with a really small duckbill on it. And you can get into those really tight little places, corners with ease and with precision and get just as close without cutting into that seam line. A lot of people like the fact of having a smaller duckbill applique scissor because they feel like they've got more control to it. The time that it's really kind of nice to have a larger duckbill is if you're trimming around your stabilizer, the backs of your stabilizer, and you're just needing to cut away a large piece without having to do too much precision. So we have a 6-inch, 4.5-inch, and a 4-inch. Now we also have applique scissors, and there are applique scissors on the market without a duckbill. So this is a applique scissor, also very popular in the latch hooking, rug hooking business. So if you're a latch hooker, a lot of the customers like to call up and say, well, I'm a hooker, the latch hookers. But these are a lot of fun as well. And we also have them straight and curved. So the curved one, more for your quilting, embroidery, or in the hoop kind of applique. And the straight one, I like as well because that blade will lay completely flat. And you can applique the smallest circles with this without cutting into that seam line. And if you look at that, you can see that we didn't cut into the seam not once. So these are some of the applique scissors that we do have. Again, we've got the 712. This is the 6-inch, the 712D, 4.5-inch, the 712 MDP, which is the 4-inch, and then we have the 712A without the duckbill, 748C for curved. Why curved? The curved is nice because if you're in your hoop, you don't want an opportunity, or if you're a long arm quilter, you don't want an opportunity to snag that project. You want that tip up. So whenever you're doing your trimming, you don't have to worry about snagging, again, your quilt top or anything like that. And it's just a little bit, it's a protection. It's a protection. That so
this is
so that's the difference in applique scissors. If you have any questions about our appliques, you can let me know. But I hope I did answer the question on the duckbill and how it's used. Some people want to know, again, is the duckbill on the top or is it on the bottom? When I first started trimming this kind of stuff, I did the duckbill on the bottom, and then I was told no, the duckbill goes on top. And I do understand why, because that you want that point of that scissor to be able to get into those nice tight areas without cutting into the seam. And just to show you, you can glide right around it. So again, you definitely want to do the duckbill on top, that bottom blade right up against that seam, and it'll get you a nice close cut. So those are our applique scissors. And how much time do we have left here? All right. Okay, so applique. Now let's talk about rag quilting. For those of you that rag quilt out there, rag quilting can be a pain in the hand. There's only a couple of products that are out there for rag quilting. And so when we made the rag quilt snip, we wanted to make something that was easy, that anybody, any age can use. One of the most memorable experiences I had was I had a lady that came up to me in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and she was in her 90s, and she started crying. She said, she said, I've got a rag quilt. She says, I've got a great, great, great grandchild. And she says, I'm never going to be able to finish the rag quilt. And I said, why? She said, my hands are too bad. And she's just riddled with arthritis. So I took the rag quilt and I said, well, let's just try this for a second. And just, Jerry, so you want to come here really quick? So what I want you to do, everybody, this is Jerry. He works in our warehouse. I want you to cut with this. Now, this is a very thin muslin, all right? I want you to go ahead and cut with it. So that's one layer, very simple. Now, one thing I do want you to know, one blade is micro-serrated. So, no, come here. Don't go anywhere. Micro-serrated, so it does grab your fabric. And the other blade is incredibly steep and sharp. So this is 2 layers. This is 4 layers. This is 8 layers. We're at 16 layers. Well, here. So hold on here. So we're at 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 layers, 32 layers, 32 layers of cotton, and easy?
Easy.
Very easy?
Very, very easy.
I pay you to say that. We're going to do 64 layers.
Oh my gosh.
So what I want you to do is I want you to open this up. All right, there you go. If you don't know where my fingers are, I do. 64 layers of cotton. So that's our 766 rag quilt plier. So those of you out there that do rag quilting, this is a must-have. You've got to put this in your arsenal. Thank you, Jarius. For those
Full applique.
this is a very, very popular scissor. This is our 732. It's a 6-inch scissor in total length, and it's got a nice soft rubber handle on it. And this is a little razor blade on a handle. So here,
Just a layer, which is no big deal. It is a micro serrated blade, and everybody wants to know why serrated scissors when you're doing applique. Folks, if you've ever cut, if you want to come a little closer, if you've ever cut with a pair of scissors, I'm going to show you with the straight trimmer here. So what I want you to do is I want you to pay attention right here to the back of the scissor. When I go to close the scissor, do you see how it pushed it just a little bit? You see how it just pushed just a little bit? With a serrated scissor, it grabs that fabric so it doesn't push it, and it gives you a much straighter cut. We do have an 8-inch bent trimmer that has a serrated edge. We've been asked for this for a very long time, and we do have one, but I want to show you really quick. So we've got an 8-inch unserrated. It's not serrated. Now watch again. Let's clean this up here. So I want you to see how it pushes just a little bit. You see that push? Do it again. So you see that push? Did you see it? Now watch this. Now with the 739, there is no push. It grabs that fabric, holds it in place, and gives you a nice clean cut. So that's the difference between a serrated and a non-serrated scissors. We got about 15 minutes left, so I'm going to kind of run through the rest of this stuff. One of my most favorite scissors of all time is the micro tip scissor. This has got a really, really fine tip to it, and it's really nice for getting into corners, intricate places. Some people use them as a seam ripper. Some people, and I developed it for a applique scissor to be able to, or hand applique, to be able to get into those real tight corners, places like that. One last scissor I'm going to talk about, and then we're going to talk about the new item, is our batting shear. Folks, if you have ever cut batting, one of the biggest frustrations with batting, you know, I know, is every time you cut, those tips get snagged in the batting. Well, not any longer. This is called the Easy Glide Fabric Batting Shear. You can use it on your fabric, you can use it on your batting, but it's got a little knob here. And if you notice, the cutting blade is a little shorter than the bottom blade, and that's so it clears that knob. But never again will you ever get your fabric or your scissor snagged in that batting. It'll glide through it like a hot knife. You can also use it as a fabric shear. So if you're using any kind of chiffons or chenilles, real delicate fabrics you don't want to snag, definitely the choice to use. Some of the fun things that we've created, these kits. So for all of you that are ready to go to a Mulqueen sewing educational class, you'll want to bring one of these along with you. So these are just a all-in-one kind of kit that we developed that you can complete any project, applique project, sewing project. You've got the little duckbill applique, you've got the micro tip, you've got the curved applique, the snip, and a tweezer. Comes in a nice little zipper kit. Throw it right in your bag, you're good to go. And we do have them in kind of cool colors. So the black kit comes with the Feymore blue. The green kit comes with nice green handles. And the blue kit comes with a powdered blue handles. So those are our little sewing kits that you can, scissor kits that you can take to a class, have everything in one package. Really quick, non-sewing related, because we all have to eat. Everybody has been asking us for a kitchen shear for many years. This is a shear that we've been working on for the past 5 years. Has a nice little magnetic latch to it that so you can just keep it in your drawer. But this is the brand new Shiriki, the Shiriki kitchen shear. It's got a very nice deep serrated bottom blade, nice sharp blade. But what's really nice about this scissor is it comes apart. So if you're cutting meats, fish, poultry, things like that, you want to clean them, easy on, easy off. So that is the Shiriki, and it is dishwasher safe, by the way. All right, now, last few minutes I have with this, with you guys. Folks, for many, many years, people have asked me if I would ever come out with my own rotary blade. There really was no need for me to come out with a rotary blade unless I could come out with something completely different. There's too many good rotary blade, well, I say there's too many good. There's a couple of really great quality rotary blade manufacturers out there. And I just didn't see why we needed to compete with them. Again, unless we could do something completely different. And so we did. And that difference is the sharpest, longest lasting rotary blade you will ever use. For those of you that know tools, maybe you've heard of tungsten carbide. And tungsten carbide is 5 times harder than steel, 4 times harder than titanium. The only thing that can sharpen tungsten carbide are diamonds. And so we have developed a solid tungsten carbide 45 millimeter rotary blade. This blade will last you 4 times longer than any other rotary blade. It's got a Rockwell hardness of a 75 plus. What does that mean really quick? All of our scissors have a Rockwell hardness of a 59 plus, and that is a really good resharpenable steel, quality steel. It's not too hard. It's not too soft. It'll hold a nice edge. The harder the steel, the longer the blade will last, and the sharper you can get that edge. The advantages, disadvantages. The harder the steel, the more brittle the steel becomes. So in a pair of scissors, you want a scissor to have a 59 to a 62 Rockwell hardness, so you can get them sharpened. If you drop them, you're not going to break them or anything like that. And to sharpen a shear this size with a diamond wheel is very expensive. So you can't really sharpen too many shears without it costing a lot of money. So all your scissors out there, whether they be Gingers or good quality scissors, Feymore, all have a 59 to a 62 Rockwell. Your rotary blades, your high-end rotary blades have a sorry about that. You have a hardness of 62 to 65 on your rotary blades on the higher ends. We're over 75 plus. So we can get these blades incredibly sharp using a very sophisticated Japanese diamond wheel with a special blend in the polishing compound that's got diamond dust inside of it. And what we're going to do is we're just going to show you really quick how sharp it is. Now, you can use this blade on most every rotary handle out there. A lot of people have their favorite handles. So you can use whatever handle you would like. And so I'm going to use a lightweight muslin to start. And just to show you, so the muslin is 100% cotton, but just want you to see how easily it just glides. You don't have a lot of pressure when using these, like so. And let's get into some other materials, because the synthetic materials is what everybody really complains about. So here is a polyester batting. And when I started making this blade, working on this blade several years ago, one of the things that was very interesting were cosplayers, because the cosplay industry uses truly pretty much all synthetic materials, and they can't use a rotary blade because the rotary blade goes dull very quick. With this carbide blade, you can use synthetic fabrics. Now, this is a polyester, and polyester is really rough on blades, but you can use every kind of fabric you can really think of, and it's really, well, it is the only blade that will cut both professed. You threw me off, Heather. Kevlar. Yeah, that's it. It's the only blade that can cut Kevlar. Now, we only have a few minutes left here. I just want to show you we're going to cut all kinds of synthetic materials here. One question I had is, well, what about acrylic rulers? What happens if you were to hit into an acrylic ruler? Well, we're going to show you that too. But so this is all kinds of synthetic materials, canvases, and we resharpen everything to sell, including our rotary blades. So if you were to ever dull this blade, you can send it back to us and get it resharpened. As a matter of fact, on the back of the little container, it'll say, keep this container for future sharpening services. And you can go to our website and we'll sharpen any rotary blade out there. We're just going to go with multiple layers here. We'll sharpen any rotary blade 45, 60 millimeter, 28 millimeter, and we will sharpen it sharper than you ever got it. EVA foam. Here's a tweed. And you know what? Let's just. And let's see. Let's use the acrylic ruler. We're almost out of time. We're going to use the acrylic ruler on this. And a lot of people say, well, what happens if you hit the edge of the ruler? Or what if you go over the ruler? Well, that dulls your blades, and then you have to replace it. Well, let's see. We're going to do all that. Now let's just take our lightweight muslin after we've nicked the ruler, and we've actually went over the ruler. It didn't skip a beat. It didn't nick the blade. Look at that. Now let's just leather. So it didn't leather. Now let's just really make a mess here. So we're going to close this up. Sharpening on all of our items, including the rotary blades. And we want to thank all of you out there for watching. We miss you guys. We can't wait for this pandemic to get over with. We want everybody to stay happy. We want everybody to stay healthy. Let's get through this. Let's get this thing done and over with as quickly as possible. Wear a mask when you're in public. And when you see Darren and the family at Mulqueens, give them a big hug for us. We can't wait to see him. Now, wait, let's just go back over here really quick. Well, let's just go ahead and double this up here. And it doesn't skip a beat.
I call this Brent Unleashed. He's going crazy. Crazy with the rotary cutter blade. Right, Brent?
I can't hear.
That's way cool. Can you hear me? No?
Up there you are.
Hey, Brent, that is amazing. That rotary cutter blade, I think, is going to be a hit. All of your scissors are awesome. I'm sorry if you can't hear me, Brent. You are a good friend of ours. You can hear me? You're a good friend of ours. I do appreciate you doing this. I love those rotary cutter blades. If you go to mulqueen.com, on the very home page, we're going to share this with you in a second, but on the very home page, there's a link to their website, right to where the most popular items are. If you click that link and use code Mulqueen at checkout, you'll get 10% off of any of the scissors. So buy them up now while you get a chance. Anybody have any questions for Brent? I know that you did have some people answering them for us. But if anybody has any questions, please ask us. And I heard that the blades will be sharpened. We'll sharpen all the scissors
So
for
Darren,
free when you buy them here, but the blades have to go back to you.
yeah, we've developed a very, very sophisticated process to sharpen these tungsten carbides. Tungsten carbide can only be sharpened by diamonds, so we actually had a composite materials expert work with us to develop the right wheel with the right grit to be able to sharpen them.
That's perfect. You didn't just crush up some diamonds and glue them together? No.
Yeah, I got them from your from your wife, you know.
Yep. No, that's awesome. That blade, I need him at every one of our stores at the cutting counters.
I'll just say, everybody that has it right now, we have nothing but 5-star rating reviews on this blade, and people that have bought it have bought 2 shortly after because they just didn't want to be without it. So it is an amazing blade.
Hey, Brent, I do know that all of your scissors have numbers on them.
Yes.
For them to find it easy on the website. Somebody is asking which, it actually cut off. It says, which scissor did and then it didn't continue that question. I'm sorry. But if anybody has a question on which scissor number, but if you have any questions, you can email darren@mulqueen.com, and I will get the answer for you on any question that of what Brent had showed today. If you have any questions, Brent, I do once again thank you so much. We are going to have to say goodbye until next time. You're
Do
the
me a
man.
favor. Give everybody my love at your place. Give your mom and dad a hug for me, and we'll see you hopefully in Houston.
Wait, Brent, hold on for 1 minute.
Sorry.
I'm gonna we forgot to give away stuff.
Oh,
Ho ho!
So let me we have
we're
to
giving
rush
away
in.
a scissor set and a rotary blade.
All right, so I'm gonna switch over to me real quick.
Okay.
How you doing? Last time I saw you was VDTA last year.
Is this Keith?
Jared.
Hey, Jared. How are you, sir?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Good. I'm gonna have some. And for those of you that was it a duck fart?
What's that?
The drink.
Oh yeah. That was
Yeah,
Keith,
so for
Keith's wife. That
yes, no. That was that was a Pat. So for those of you that are in the Arizona area and want to know what a duck fart is, I'm getting a headache thinking about it. But ask Mr. Mulqueen, he'll tell you. It's delicious.
But all right, so the two gifts that you so graciously gave away, I have Susan Coquillard for the scissor kit.
Woo-hoo!
So Susan, I'm going to put my email up. Go ahead and email me.
And let me
then
know what color.
Okay, perfect. I'll forward that on to you, Brent, as well.
Okay.
And then the other one for the tungsten rotary cutter is going to be Monica Wise.
Yay.
Perfect.
Woo-hoo!
And then the one that we are giving away, which is this guy right here. It's a 4-inch large ring fine point straight. That guy right there. We're going to go ahead and give that to Bebe's Sewing Creation. And then after that, we decided to give away 4 more USBs. So I have Donna Cook, J. Renee Birdsell, Nanette Ellen McDougall, and then Cheryl Caraway. So every one of you guys, please email me. So once again, I have Bebe Sewing Creations, Susan Coquillard, Monica Wise, Donna Cook, J. Renee Birdsell, Nanette Ellen McDougall, and Cheryl Caraway. That is a mouthful.
Awesome.
A lot of giveaways. We have more
All
to
right.
come.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Take care. Stay safe.
You too, Brent. Thank
Have
you
a
very
good one,
much.
Brent.
Bye.
All right, so I'm going to put you back to Darren real quick, and then we are actually, I have the other live stream already up, so we have to switch to that, so that way you guys don't get cut off in the fourth segment of our
But
day.
before we go, if you go to mulqueen.com, it says on the bottom ticker, to purchase any Feymore scissor or products, click the Mulqueen homepage. There's a link right on there with the Feymore scissor cutlery logo, which this is really far away, but look for that logo right when you go to our website. Click that logo and use the word Mulqueen at checkout for your discount. Thank you, and just know that this live will end. Refresh your page, and at the very top of our page, we'll have our new live with Juki. Thank you very much. And later today at 4 is